feel like that was definitely a pretty good move. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially? In just a moment, but this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleported right away.
Great keeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second game.
With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again in a
2 story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great! Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Missionary is up, and the psychologist. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychologist taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slope. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, here she's barely getting
back up.
Those really great blocks in evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're gonna see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another
are we gonna see a pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man, oh, goodness! Oh, my goodness. Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, but the image was still there! That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second game.
With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again.
To a story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up, and the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's barely getting
it back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. And not Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another palette stone.
Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The Priestess has returned to try again in
Two story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychologist taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, here she's barely getting
back up. Yes. All right. Hi, everyone. This is day 5. Doing so. Today we're gonna be seeing a matchup. 8. Actually, I'm excited for this. I've been seeing as how those two like they've been playing in the last few games. Okay, are we good now?
Perfect. Sorry about
Oh
that.
my god. I
It's
had to.
okay.
I I didn't realize I looked at my mic for a second and I didn't realize my sensitivity was so low.
Mhm.
So
Oh
I had to like
no.
whatever. But
It
either
happens.
way,
It happens.
day 5. Woo!
Yes, give it up for day 5. Welcome in, everybody, to our Logging Off League quarterfinals.
And we do have AT versus PX today.
Yeah, that's right.
Very
We're going to be commentating that together, me and Trickster. And then later on, we're going to have CH4 versus Pip.
super excited to see. Like we know as they've moved on and won these few rounds, it's like getting to see these teams, especially with like how high this like skill level can get here. It's super exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I am really looking forward to what all of these teams pull off for today. And I'm hoping that we get to see a side to all of these teams that we haven't yet. I know from all of these teams, we've got to see some characters that we don't usually see. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that and maybe some characters that they have yet to tap in
Yeah,
and lock in as.
definitely. I especially in like official tournaments, you definitely like in later matches, you definitely see more unique character picks, especially in terms of like the hunters, because a lot of early game, as we've seen, it's a lot of opera singer, a lot of
Hmm.
gamekeeper, all that kind of stuff. So hopefully now that we're kind of in the quarterfinals here, coming up to the semifinals, we're going to be seeing some more unique hunter and survivor picks.
Absolutely. Even just from our matchups from last week alone, I do recall that Pixis brought out the Clerk and Geisha,
Oh
and
yes,
Activators brought out Naiad as well. So that was super fun. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that, and maybe even some other hunters that we have yet to see, just in the whole tournament in general.
yeah, yeah. Seeing those unique picks come out from those teams, it's really what makes like these kind of tournaments interesting because we get to see how those high tier players really get to bring out the full potential of the characters they play.
Absolutely. And even from the survivor aspect, I think we've seen like a lot of really great teamwork and communication. Um, and it's going to be really fun to see all of that in terms of their game sense as well as the characters they're going to get to utilize.
Definitely. And with those like unique picks, we definitely get to see more play styles, especially with how many like different characters. Because obviously, not everyone's going to be bringing out their mains until probably later. So hopefully, we're going to get to see some more people playing their mains instead of like the general team comps that we've been seeing.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward to that. I did end up doing a little bit of research as much as
Ooh.
possible on some of these players, and I will say that, okay, I don't know if I should be saying it because I know when I say it, people are going to start locking it, but with the new introduction to the past badges system in the game,
Mm-hmm.
it allows you to access a new tab on people's profiles. And as long as they don't keep their past badges private, you can see their current badges as well as their badge history, at least just for the season.
Hmm. Yeah, which is definitely super interesting, especially with the fact that we get to see like how of course it was added more recently, so not everyone has their old badges, but
Yeah,
definitely getting
unfortunately.
to see definitely getting to see like who exactly our players have been who our players have been playing like in their normal ranked matches is definitely interesting, especially because it's so different from how you play in something like tourney.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I'm looking forward to that too. If we can have some of these team members get to utilize characters that they're definitely more comfortable with. I'm sure they play ranked together and whatnot and get to try out different compositions that isn't so tournament heavy. And I think it would be interesting to see that utilized, especially because the other team might not expect it.
Definitely, especially with I think we saw a couple dancers last week, definitely, because
Hmm.
dancer's not normally part of most team comps. In fact, I actually very rarely see her except for very few team comps. So getting to see dancer and how she works with, I don't know, for example, forward, like we saw in the highlight reel, being able to
Hmm.
use that slow box to assist in things like rescues, stuns, just being able to help out her teammates, definitely provided a
Yeah.
different play style for all those teams.
Absolutely. I'm definitely a bit biased as a dancer main as well, but she's one of those characters that has like a lot of versatility. We have definitely seen her banned even in this tourney alone, but in other tournaments and events as well, you'll see her banned just because of the possibilities that she can bring to the table. And
Mhm.
of course, it goes for like lots of other characters. But for example, you'll see her banned on very specific maps, such as Arms Factory, Sacred Heart Hospital. You'll see her taken off the table because they don't want to have to deal with those boxes in certain strong areas, like Arms
Definitely.
Factory. That's really, um, that's definitely an annoying place to get caught up with dancers' music boxes. I'm sure, like, even after taking off that middle palette, it's still really annoying. And
Yeah,
Sacred, of course, has like a lot of ruins areas with a lot of palettes to utilize as well. And not only does she have that support potential as a kiter or just like an assist, but she also has the possibility of being a pseudo decoder with her fast boxes. And she doesn't necessarily have to limit them to be used for herself. She can definitely put down a fast box for other teammates who might have slower decoding, for example.
definitely. And something a lot of people actually forget is why she's actually also been on maps I've seen a couple Moonlit bands, a couple
Hmm.
Ever Sleeping bands with Dancer. Is because whenever you drop down from a high area, she always gets that speed boost, which can really screw with the hunter.
Yeah, for sure. Um, like for those the roller coaster stops, even if you do a little bit of a mind game with the dancer, if you kind of meet her after she vaults, the speed boost is enough for her to kind of like narrowly avoid that hit and then
Definitely.
make some distance. So that's another great option. But of
Yeah.
course, we'll just have to see how it goes with our ban and pick selection. We'll definitely get into that as soon as all of our teams are ready.
And if there's any, I wonder, are there any characters you've been hoping to see played here?
Yeah. Um, I won't say it outright. I don't want to start up the groans in the chat, but I definitely would love to see some toy merchant. I know we saw a
Hmm.
little bit, I believe, from Pixis last week.
Yep.
Toy merchant is always just a really fun character to utilize, especially in a full team composition. You're able to communicate your needs with one another,
Yeah.
and I think from activators end, I would really like to see some of the characters that they pulled out last week. I know we saw a little bit of the painter, and I think it would be nice to see more of the painter,
Mhm.
especially with a new adjustment and some of their other mains as well. I believe It was Finn. Okay, I'll let my bias go, but I would love to see some Prospector. We've seen a lot of Prospector gameplay all around, and
Mhm.
I will never say no to seeing Norton Campbell on screen. So, how about you, Trickster?
Well, I know we saw Mary, what was it, last week, but I would
Mhm.
be super excited to see more of her come out, especially with how strong she is on some maps. Um, I definitely would want to honestly see Fool's Gold come out here
Mhm.
soon. I don't think we've seen. I actually don't remember if he's been played yet, but
I
either
don't think
way,
so.
it'd be no one. I don't think I would ever be against being able to see some more Fool's Gold. I definitely want to see more entomologist games.
Yes, definitely. She's
S-
another one where it's really fun to be able to communicate with everybody your needs
mhm,
at the current situation and get to utilize those bees.
definitely, especially with how like I some it's like kind of 50-50 depending on how people view her. Because I see
Mhm.
people view her as super strong or kind of weak depending on the hunter. But definitely, I think entomologist is a super strong pick with how much she can support. Because a lot of the time, her beast can get super annoying, especially when paired up with like someone like an antiquarian.
Oh,
Like
that's right,
especially because
absolutely.
you can barely, or you're like slowly walking through the bees, and you just can't swing at them.
And even when it comes to certain situations, such as rescues, it's always fun. I mean, for the survivors end, to have that entomologist utilize the bees even if she's not currently there to push back the hunter and get even more distance from the people who are at the chair.
Definitely. I'm also looking forward to seeing. Honestly, I personally want to see in terms of like hunters. I would like to see more geisha, more axe boy. Honestly, maybe a dream witch. I don't think we've seen very much dream witch.
Not too much, but it's always fun to watch Dream Witch matches,
Definitely.
especially as of late. I feel like more people have been picking up Dream Witch with her new
Hmm.
cosmetics, which
Definitely.
definitely fair enough. Um, Axe Boy as well. Have you been able to receive the new Little Nightmares crossover skin?
I have. I actually just recently got it yesterday.
Oh, that's awesome. It's really cute.
It's such a
I'm
good
glad they
skin.
made it free. Yeah, they should normalize doing this more for collaborations.
Definitely. Especially with like honestly, I've actually gotten to play a few matches with it. It
Hmm.
feels like a very good skin, honestly, to play with. Just like
That's
it
great.
doesn't with when it comes to skins, at least for me,
Hmm.
um, if I can see, okay, that's why I have a lot of problems with Violetta skins.
Hmm.
If they're not covering up the entire screen, I think they're a good skin.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. Though I will say I do believe that the trees for Mono are interesting. I was playing in a quick match last night and someone had gotten downed in all that tangle and I couldn't see them. They were like so ready for being picked up because they got stuffed on the rescue and I went in for the rescue and I was like looking around for them and I couldn't find them. So they ended up having to pick themselves up because I abandoned them.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree though. That's like the one thing about the how the like those roots are designed. It's super hard to
Hmm.
see because like normally
Yeah.
you could see them over the like because normally Axe Boy has like kind of darker roots
Hmm.
for his skins, but definitely with with how hangly and how just like full the map gets with those roots, it definitely can get harder to spot the survivors.
Agreed. At least the restful road looks cool. I'll
Yeah.
give it that.
Honestly, I'm not biased, totally not biased. I would love
Mhm.
to see more Haster, but he's a
Yes.
very weak pick, unfortunately, compared to most other hunters. So I doubt we'll actually end up seeing him, but I can dream.
Yeah, we definitely need to see him more. I'm hoping that eventually Haster will get whatever's going on with Bane right now. Like I remember distinctly in Koa 4. I know it was his Koa, but no one played Bane, and it was like kind of sad to see the hunter for that Koa not really get a chance to shine. But now it's like Bane, 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 and you see all these molten hounds. So I'm
Yeah.
hoping that if even if it's not in this Koa 7, we'll get to see more of Haster. Well, I say this even though I don't like to go up against Haster. I can still appreciate the gameplay.
Yeah, I definitely get when you're going against a good Haster, it's definitely super hard to kite because they just know where to place all those tentacles, know how to manage them well. But
Yeah, 100%. Oh, in the chat we have Mary Mango Sweet Tea asking what the commentator's favorite crossover hunter skins are. Do you have a favorite,
oh,
Trickster?
that's really hard. Hold on, I gotta pull up like a list. Hold on.
Right? But Bones mentioned Ryuk, and I think that is a really great choice. I feel like once you're used to IDV, the gameplay gets a little less scary, but as soon as I see that silhouette, I'm like, oh my gosh, things
Mhm.
are getting serious. I get so like I get the heebie-jeebies, even though it's just Ryuk. Like just seeing Ryuk in the game is like it makes it more intense and almost scary, which is fun.
Honestly, for me, I think it might be the link click Wu Chang skin.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of people forget about it because it was a while ago, but it's personally one of my favorite skins to use on Wu Chang.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely Mary, was it the Mitsuji Kamata Mary skin?
Yes.
Definitely a very close second for me. What
I'm
about
glad
you?
that counts. I definitely think that the Kamari Moon skins are my favorite. I think that's the only crossover that I have where I have all the skins. I couldn't help it. I really love all of them. Like Mary's is beautiful, Galatea's. I love Galatea's the most. I love Violetta's as well.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, and it looks like we're moving on to our band pick phase soon here.
Yeah, we're just getting our maps in after we did the coin toss. And it looks like Activators is going to opt to ban Church first thing.
Ooh. So yeah, just a reminder, we do have activators versus fixes. So hopefully, and it's on Ever Sleeping, so we get to see we get to see some interesting plays with our team comps.
Yeah,
Ever Sleeping is a super flexible map when it comes to team comps.
absolutely. I definitely think it works in favor of both Hunters and Survivor. So it's a pretty solid choice, especially for round one. It
Mhm.
definitely evens out the playing field a bit more. I'm curious to see who's going to end up hunting and surviving first thing.
Definitely. Honestly, no matter who we get to see, it'll always be an interesting game just because what we've seen so far, it's been super interesting matchups. Like again, we've gotten to see some unique characters from both of these teams.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm excited, even just down for the ban and pick. So since we're in round one, we aren't going to take any hunters off the table. It leaves a lot of room for anything. And from both of these teams, they haven't, from what we've seen, they haven't utilized Opera Singer in round one first. I'm wondering if we're going to end up seeing that or um, another one of their personal choices. Because even if they don't opt for the King of the Hill as of right now,
Mhm.
it's clear that these hunters are so skilled with the hunters they do end up playing
Yeah,
that they definitely put up a really great fight regardless.
definitely. So we're getting our few couple of bands in here soon. Definitely, definitely want to ban a lot of the tighter characters on this map. Ooh, Psychologist and Patient are our first bands. Definitely strong picks on this map. Patient having a lot of areas to use this grappling hook, and we all know how strong Psychologist can get.
Absolutely. It does leave a lot of room for some other meta picks for sure. Though it depends on whether or not Pixies wants to opt to possibly save those picks for later, even if it's just the later lock-ins and risk the ban, or if they just want to be able to lock in those really strong characters despite
Mhm.
the global ban.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Priestess is definitely still on the table. I'm wondering if they're
Oh,
gonna
that's
go
true.
with that option, especially on Ever Sleeping. I feel like it's a really great map for her.
Yeah, Priestess is definitely very strong on Ever Sleeping with how much like honestly with portals you're able to go from somewhere like Graveyard all the way over to that super good kiting area over near like that 3 pallet area. I forget what it's called, but you
Oh,
know, it's
the
near mid.
dancing geisha, the gate, or like the
Kinda no, the one like kinda close to mid.
oh, the little the one with the cat.
Yes, yes, that
Yes,
area.
I love
That
that area. That's
definitely.
even
And it
better.
looks like our first picks here are Antiquarian and Airplanist. Both honestly super strong picks in general, even on Ever Sleeping.
Absolutely. Um, Even though they are going to be taken off the table later as our global bans, I think this is a really great map for the both of them. And considering the teamwork that we've seen from Pixis, these characters alone are definitely going to be able to offer a lot of support potential for the team.
Definitely. All right. We have our next band and our next pick here. We have a batter band. Definitely a strong character, like especially when you're going against someone that you know is like a very good batter player, very strong when it comes
Hmm.
to playing batter. It can get very annoying to deal with that really quickly. And Seer, obviously, very strong pick, being able to support team, like just very focused on like honestly, this is a very support focused team so far, aside from that airplanist. Antiquarian able to harass with that with her flute.
Yeah. For sure. And it does look like we're going to have Toy Merchant taken off the table. So we're not going to end up seeing her, but instead we're going to be able to see some mercenary gameplay as well. This definitely, like Trickster mentioned, this team has a lot of support potential and just a lot of surviving capability in the end. Like we have an owl that can tank hits, we have some stuns, and of course we have the jetpack to make a lot of distance and elbow pads as well. I'm interested in seeing how the hover gets utilized, especially from the aeroplanist end.
Definitely can be super strong. I'm I'm not exactly sure myself, but we I'm fairly sure that airplanist is able to hover over that those railing around second story.
Oh my goodness, I wouldn't be
I might be wrong
surprised.
though.
Like I think the possibilities with aeroplanist are endless. I see a lot of gameplay clips of how they utilize him in Asia, and I see a lot in Ever Sleeping Town too. Even if it's just like some gate action, it's very interesting.
Mhm.
Um, so like it's a little bit beyond me because I don't personally play him. I know if I probably did, I would probably attempt to use the hover on the tram. I'm wondering if we'll see some tram action.
That would be super funny.
Yeah. Someone please clarify. Is that possible? Or will you still get run over? The
I-
people. The Mima
Is
needs to know.
Trim too tall? I feel like Trim is a bit too tall for that, but that
Oh,
might be
that's
me. I'm
brutal.
not exactly sure. It would be super funny if you could hover over the tram though.
It would. Bones chiming in, saying, I don't think he can hover onto the railing, but he can use the hover around the building pretty well. That's
That's
great, at
definitely true.
least.
That's
I
definitely super
imagine,
true.
yeah, I imagine it would be pretty good for Corner House as well.
Definitely. Especially with honestly how long that loop can get around that corner house. It can get super annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm too tall. The shame. I would have loved another getaway. But yeah, so I think we're gonna get our builds in shortly as well. Oh, and we are going to be seeing the opera singer from Activators End. I believe we did see a little bit of some opera singer from Polaris last week too, so that's gonna be fun. Definitely always a solid choice, and especially on a map like Ever Sleeping. Like I said earlier, it's a really good map for both the survivors and the hunter, and taking characters like Toy Merchant off the table and not having that priestess online will kind of allow the opera singer more opportunities to catch up. But of course, we do have mercenary elbow pads, we have that jetpack, we have that flute, and of course we'll have that owl. Even if we don't see it seeing it used to tank a hit, we could see it used for transitioning.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, it's just all the support that they're able to provide just with this team. It's super. Honestly, it's kind of crazy because just how much they're able to offer up here. Ooh,
Mhm.
our builds though, we're looking like Seer with no borrowed time. That's interesting. We're gonna see
Ooh.
everyone else be bringing borrowed time. Looks like Seer instead is opting to bring Flywheel and Broken Windows instead. Definitely focusing on that more kiter build, especially with the fact that out of everyone, Seer's probably the best choice to chase here, aside from that aeroplanist.
Yeah, agreed. And it looks like we're gonna go with a single tide with Mercenary, of course, and we're going to get our area selection. They've locked in that little toe formation. I like to call it toe because it looks like the kana for toe.
Hmm.
And I think it's pretty solid in this case because it allows for Polaris to take either area beside Aeroplanus and Antiquarian. And of course, still have access to the Seer. But we'll see.
Hmm.
Alright, so it looks like Polaris is going to opt to spawn in between the Aeroplanist as well as the Seer. This is going to be interesting for the Seer, especially because we have Opera Singer over at the graveyard area. We'll have to see where he ends up spawning. But here we go into the first half of round one. I'm Mima, and I'm joined with Trickster, and we are going to have Activators Hunter up against the Pixis Survivors. Good luck to both teams.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Oh,
Oh,
let's see what happened. All right.
all right, so we're just going to take a pause for the moment just to ensure that all teams are 100% ready. So thank you to our staff who was able to pause through. And again, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody, and for your patience. We're trying to make things go as smoothly as possible. And here we are, we're ready to go back in. Okay, we're going to restart the deduction.
Oh my.
Okay, I'm clearly I'm very notorious for calling things too soon. But again, this is just to make sure that everybody is 100% ready, and we want to make sure that things go as smoothly as possible, even if we have to extend it for a little bit more time. So thank you for your patience, and thank you to the players who are and the staff who are making sure that we're all at our 100%.
Definitely. Yeah, we're gonna be sticking with those same spawns here. Just need to make sure players all have the right builds on.
Yeah, for sure. Um, I'm wondering, like, even if they're gonna take the same spawns, I'm wondering if we're still going to have the opera singer possibly go over towards the aeroplanist. I feel like that's kind of the direction the match might have gone in.
Definitely. Honestly, depending on how confident our opera singer here is, we could honestly see that airplanist or seer. But honestly, it's it's up to the player because we don't know how we don't know how they play that often, and
For sure.
it's honestly up to them to make those last second decisions.
Mhm. For sure, for sure. And we're just going to work things out with the staff here. Honestly, I feel like if I was the seer, I would be very intimidated to go upwards. I know that usually seers do end up rotating towards the hunter spawn, but opera singer, I've been seeing her a lot more lately because people are opting for Ivy bands in rank.
Oh
So
yeah,
I've been seeing her a
absolutely.
lot more, and I like to stay as far away from Sangria as possible.
Definitely. All right, getting back into the match. Same spawns as always. We might see that seer honestly try to rotate if they're able to,
Yeah,
because being able to see that hunter at the beginning of the match, it'll be super important for that for the for that seer to be able to rotate away in time. Maybe rotate
yeah,
into someone stronger like Antiquarian who's able to
for
help
sure.
support.
All right, we're gonna do take 2 of the first half of round 1.
Right. Quickly moving out here. Gonna be heading towards Ooh, it looks like we're gonna be heading towards Airplanus over here.
Yeah,
Instead of
and
opting for
Air
that spear
Limits.
chase.
Yeah. Oh, and we aren't going to be having basements over at Corner House here. So Polaris is closing in on this Aeroplanus.
Ooh!
Oh, that was a
Great
really
ooh,
close call. But
good
we are going to
jetpack.
see a hit here.
Definitely getting up to that second story here. Making use. Ooh, barely misses the hit.
And Devil is going to. Oh, beautiful hover over here
Ooh,
to
hovers over the
transition.
wall.
Over to the double pallet over at the Dancing Geisha. We're going to be seeing the Seer utilize the owl.
Ooh. Now that first presence for Opera Singer has come out.
That's
We're gonna
right,
try to
and
jump
Blink
back.
is online in right now. So we are having Opera Singer close in. Oh!
Ooh!
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't need that blink, but honestly, that very close call from both sides. They're
Yeah,
gonna see
but we are
basement
going to
here though.
see. That was a really cool jetpack though, like right through the pallet with that little pallet standoff. Although we are unfortunately going to see Aeroplanus with no more jetpacks to utilize, and the Seer is going to have to move off of the Graveyard Cipher.
Like closing in on that seer because like they know that that owl is gonna be gone. They don't really have much of a way to to get that rescue off. Unless
For
we see that
sure.
mercenary coming in. Looks
It
like
does
he's
look
not gonna
like,
be.
yeah, he's stationary on the cipher. It is almost done, however, and Aeroplanus is going to get pushed past half here. But Sierra's doing a good job of keeping Opera Singer away from him, not giving out more hits. Though Antiquarian has also moved into the area, taking over the Dancing Geisha cipher.
Definitely just looks like we're gonna be seeing them selling that aeroplane. Definitely want to spend that more of that time focusing on coding as much as you can.
Yep, and we're going to see the Opera Singer go down middle as Aeroplanus gets sent back to the manor. Sierra has opened up a new cipher in the corner, having to leave that graveyard one. And it looks like Mercenary might be our next target over at Corner House here. Now the good thing about the first kite is that they did not utilize the pallets quite yet, so Mercenary still has some to work with. Oh!
It's through the pallet, unfortunately. We're gonna see that jump back.
We still have Blink. Oh my goodness! So Mercenary is gonna eat that Blink hit, and we're gonna see Opera Singer possibly.
Oh, leaving the mercenary.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna have a look at these ciphers, and it looks like Antiquarian is going to be our next target. She's not quite finished the cipher over at the Dancing Geisha, but Mercenary is going to self-heal.
Yeah.
Tram action over there. The tram has allowed the Antiquarian to move into Graveyard, and we're gonna go to the very end right here.
Oh, misses her. Oh, misses a swing, unfortunately.
And we're gonna see the Shadow switch back. Oh, okay, we're gonna walk through the palette. We don't have Blink anymore, but taking out these pallets will definitely help the opera singer out in the long run. Now, are we going to see a flute?
Oh!
Oh, we did
Unfortunately
see
gets
the
hit.
flute. But yeah, oh my goodness.
Just unfortunate timing on the antiquarian there.
Yeah. Oh, that was really close. It does look like it's possible we might see another basement. Of course, there's still the option of saving Antiquarian because we still have Tide from Mercenaries and who has been picked up
Ooh.
and getting currently healed by the Seer.
Yeah, so Mercenary was able to keep his self-heal. Probably planning on it for later. You're gonna be looking for that seer. He's still decoding.
Yeah, and we still are a ways away from the basement, so we might see Mercenary utilize some elbow pads here. Though at this point in time, I think that even if we did use all three, it would be not really possible to get Antiquarian at half. Oh, and
No,
we are going to see the Mercenary get intercepted over here.
or he's using both of those elbow pads to get near that basement quickly. Player's not able to really stuff a rescue here, being Opera Singer's a single hit hunter, but we're gonna see that rescue and a successful body block.
Oh, but a switchback.
Oh! Super smart play on Polaris' side here. We're gonna see Antiquarian running away just to pull that distance. So Merc has time to get away and Seer has time to decode.
Yeah, unfortunately, Antiquarian is past half now, so we are going to see Antiquarian utilize a little bit of that flute and that flywheel just to buy a little bit more distance away before she is sent back to the manor. Oh, and we're going to see a teleport.
Back on that. Oh, on the Seer this time.
And we are at one cipher remaining, and Mercenary has returned. Oh, really clean flywheel right here, and we're not going to see a hit quite connect before the pallet.
Definitely want to get that. Definitely wanted to get that pallet in the way just for that Mercenary to just have enough time to prime the cipher. Last cipher is currently primed. We're gonna see. Honestly, Polaris just stick with this chase here.
And we are going to get a hit. And we're gonna see a pop. Oh, that's right. Seer does not have
no borrowed time.
It's a good thing he was at full health prior. But we are going to. Oh, beautiful pallet stun.
Oh, and we do see Seer has farmed another owl in that time.
Now, if Seer can transition over towards the middle area, we could be seeing a dungeon escape. Mercenary is a little past half. Oh, we're almost open.
Oh, beautiful owl.
We're gonna see the owl and.
Oh,
my goodness, like the switch.
Oh!
Really solid tie. What a comeback. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Super impressive tie.
Yeah, let's have a look at the deduction score. So the Activator's Hunter Polaris was able to get 11 pallets destroyed, 12 strikes, and 4 knockdowns.
Definitely. Looks like Seer with the carrying in the decoding. 246%. And managed to kite the longest out of everyone here. 2 heals, 89-second kiting time.
Pretty solid stuff. We did have 49 seconds off the Aeroplanist, 39 from the Antiquarian, and 63 from the Mercenary as well. Yeah, great. So I'm really happy to see a comeback. Like things were moving a little bit slow, especially because they had to sell the Aeroplanist after the first kite. We had to push Antiquarian past half, and we did have a lot more patience when it came with the ciphers. I noticed I don't think they ever returned to Antiquarian's old cipher despite the amount of progress, but I think in the end it was a really good call to just start up that corner cipher instead.
Yeah,
of course, because it was right in front of the basement and it would have been a really messy situation if all 3 survivors were over at that area. But yeah, they did a really good job in allowing the opera singer to kind of narrow down their targets. Like even after Aeroplanist was eliminated, we had to see opera singer go all the way over to the corner house to chase the mercenary and get him down, and then switch on to the antiquarian as well. And yeah, and it's a good thing that they were able to heal up as well. And yeah, good on the Seer for being able to get another owl.
Definitely saved them that last moment there, especially with Merc being able to get it to the gate as fast as he could, honestly. being able to decode that gate, letting Seer get dungeon. Honestly, if Seer
Yeah.
didn't manage to get that last owl, probably might have been seeing a 3-man for AT here.
That's right. But great to start things off evenly. I'm curious to see how the second half will go. We are going to be moving into our Bannon picks shortly. I'm hoping that I'm wondering, since we are able to see Opera Singer first round this time, I'm wondering if Pixis is going to respond with another Opera Singer, or if they're still gonna stick with their Hunter mains instead. Because I know we've
Definitely.
seen the variety from
Ooh.
Pixis end.
Interesting bands we got here. We got Antiquarian and Explorer. Honestly, don't see much of Explorer around, but when you let that when you can't find that Explorer, which is very easy to lose. Very easy to lose that Explorer even in a higher tier. Um letting him be able to dig up all those pages, being able to decode those ciphers fast, really can hurt that Hunter. Especially when you don't have that last cipher just ready to be primed. It can honestly affect that Hunter heavily.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering the coordination that Activators has been able to pull off, it's no doubt that if they were able to utilize Explorer, it would have definitely posed a threat on being able to hide out their teammates. But it would it would be fun to see a different decoder. I'll manifest that a little bit. I might be jinxing it instead, but it's always fun to see a decoder nowadays, especially if they aren't lawyer. I feel like decoder has definitely fallen out of popular usage. I'll put it at that.
Definitely. Definitely, especially with honestly, I personally have not seen a decoder that's not a lawyer in quite a while. Honestly, every match I get a lawyer, that's really it. That in terms of decoder. Honestly, because even though decoders are meant to be able to just focus on decoding, if honestly with Opera Singer, it's just way too hard. Even with Prisoner in his stun and connecting ciphers, it's just they don't have enough sustain to live against that someone as strong as Opera Singer or Shadow.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Which is why because a lot of characters, they have the base decoding speed, which is a little bit less than what something like a decoder would have. Even a 20%, when you have Composer, who's I believe is considered one of the worst decoders in the game. He he only gets a 20% decoding buff when you have a full combo. Ooh, we have our first two picks coming out here. Barmaid and Thief.
Yeah, I did an
Oh my god.
accidental early reaction because I was so surprised by the thief pick. I mean, I think this is going to be really fun. Activators does tend to pick out they have such a variety when it comes to their survivors, and it's such a bold move to be like, yeah, we're gonna do thief and you're gonna global ban thief. We're gonna have more later on and you're gonna put up with our thief now. I feel like Ever Sleeping Town is also a really fun map for him. I'm hoping to see if not the thief first kite, some thief harassment or support.
Definitely.
And especially with Barmaid locked in too, I think I believe Activators does have a Barmaid main amongst their ranks, and I think it'll be really fun to see how they utilize the Dublins as well.
Definitely. Especially when you gotta play you gotta play when you use those Doblins super smart. Especially against fast chase hunters. You gotta play super risky with how long it takes for the Doblin to fully kick in.
Yeah, and depending on the builds that they go for, I've been noticing a lot of Barmaid plays where they are able to rescue and just pass over that Dublin
Oh.
and cancel out the double and giving animation. It's so fast, it's so tricky. And if you're able to pull it off, it puts the survivors in such a good position because the person off the chair could end up back at full health. And then
Definitely.
the chase is kind of back to the beginning. A little bit of exaggeration because, of course, I'm sure you'll utilize a lot of the area. Pellets will be broken, presents will be had, but it's
Yeah.
still a fun thing to work with. And we are going to be taking Priestess off the table. Definitely a solid choice. Um, Not much needs to be said about Priestess on Ever Sleeping, but we did see her banned in the first half, but it does make room for alternatives such as Toy Merchant. So I will manifest that.
It's true. Toy Merchant on we all know that Toy Merchant on Never Sleeping is super strong pick.
Mm-hmm. They might opt for a rescuer as well,
Definitely.
just to balance things out. I I feel like I would be surprised if they didn't. But if we don't end up seeing mercenary, I'm sure we can expect someone like first officer, who has definitely been a reliable choice. We've seen activators utilize first officer as well. But yeah,
All right, looks like we're going to be seeing that Merc come in. Definitely strong rescuer. We all know what Merc does. He's super strong on this map, especially with how much area there is to use those elbow pads on. Just the amount of distance he's able to pull, especially with that
yeah.
delay. I
We
don't
saw
think
it
that.
in the previous match too. Like, even though Antiquarian is getting pushed past half, we saw from one end of the map to the other, Mercenary was
Mhm,
able to utilize those elbow pads to get right into the basement and
mhm.
save in the nick of time.
Definitely, and even being able to tank a detention hit, even if it's only like what I forget what the delayed damage is, like 20 seconds, I think. But
Might be smaller because I think they adjusted that, sadly, but definitely, like, being able to have that delayed damage buys a lot of time, and it gives more potential to the team, especially if you want to do things like body block end game or just body block in general. We are going to be taking Seer off the table, which is another really solid choice, especially when you have picks such as the Barmaid. Seer and Barmaid make such a good combination, and we saw the Owl utilized so well in the last match that was able to like clutch the tie. So
mhm,
eliminating Eli Clark is definitely a solid choice.
definitely.
I mean, with a team composition like this, I do think there's room for a decoder pick as well. I'm sure like lawyer
Mhm.
would definitely be pretty standard, but um, we could go for another kiter as well. Um,
Ooh, Acrobat
but
coming
it
out here.
looks like, yeah, we're gonna go with the acrobat as our fourth and final pick. Um, Definitely a fun choice. I know Activators has brought out Mike in the past as well. And I think this is another good map for him. There's definitely a lot that you can do in terms of transitioning, as well as kind of utilizing the bombs in a way that
Mhm.
forces the hunter to walk through them. There's a lot of narrow areas
Definitely,
that you can utilize it for. Like that red bomb especially comes in clutch.
definitely, and being able to use that bomb to jump over the railing
Hmm.
can pressure that hunter a lot, especially with how much distance they need to close.
Yeah, I agree. And when it comes to transitioning from one area to another after you've utilized the pallets and stuff, for example, there's a lot of open space in Ever Sleeping, but I feel like um, he's definitely one of the characters that can overcome that in terms of being out in the open.
Mhm.
And I'm curious to see what kind of builds they're going to go for. We saw it in the previous match, but we did see some no borrow time. I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of that, especially if we're anticipating like an opera singer pick for example, it's pretty standard to have someone dedicate a build that's more geared towards kiting.
Definitely. Ooh. Looks like we're gonna get to see that Keegan come out again.
Oh, it's gonna be really fun. I believe it's going to be DTM hunting for Pixis, and this is definitely going to be a fun matchup to watch. We saw a little bit of his clerk gameplay in the last week, and I definitely am looking forward to an intense matchup here. I think this team does pose like a good survivability, especially with the healing potential and the kiting potential as well. But we'll see. Like, I'm excited to see the utilization of the pages because there's not so many vaults that you might get to do, but there's a lot of palettes to utilize as well. And if they end up utilizing that stuff early, it might pose a threat to them later on.
Mm-hmm. Soon we'll hopefully get to see, honestly, where everyone decides to spawn, especially with how Clerk isn't really a chase-based hunter. She's more of a pressure hunter.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll honestly be interesting, especially against this team comp. It'll be interesting to see who's going to be our first kite.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing where they end up spawning as well, and where the clerk is going to end up choosing. I feel like Ever Sleeping Town is one of those maps that have a little bit of a more unique layout, so there's definitely a lot of possibilities. They'll just have to watch out for that basement. We saw quite a bit of that in the previous match. So like you've said, Trickster, like the pressure that Clerk can put out definitely poses an even greater threat when you have things on your side, such as the basement. And we are going to load in here. We're going to see two acrobats. I wonder who's going to. Okay, I believe it's going to be Mirone. We saw him play acrobat last week as well, and we're going to have Finn on Thief with. Oh, we're gonna see double tied with both the mercenary, of course, as well as the thief. And acrobat and barmaid are going to opt for borrowed time and broken windows.
Ooh. Yeah, definitely seeing that. Want that borrowed time, especially because you're not going to be dealing with that like a sangria. You're not going to be dealing with all that heavy chase. It's everyone bringing that borrowed time. There's honestly always a chance that everyone's going to be alive by the time that last second. Oh, interesting spawn.
Oh yeah, this is interesting, especially with having that graveyard pick. It's definitely like somewhere where you can either utilize to the best like right away, or you can transition out of it. But we are going to have Clerk spawn right outside, so it's going to be a tough call. Like, are we going to stay in the graveyard? Are we going to kind of get out of there so we don't get cornered? But yeah, and we do have the thief close by, so we can see some of that support. All right. So we're going to be moving into the second half of round 1 with the Pixis Hunter up against the Activator Survivors. Good luck to both teams. I am Mima, and I'm joined here with Trickster.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, starting off immediately heading toward graveyard here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we're going to get a vaulting recording first thing.
Definitely with that. I actually don't assume they have a trump card, but if you don't have a confined space, then that can definitely get tough for the.
Oh, excellent bomb over there to avoid the vaulting, and yeah, that was a really clean transition. We're going to loop this area over, and it does look like the thief has already dropped a pallet in advance. Oh, and we're gonna take the tram! Oh my goodness! And we did see another one of the bombs utilized. It does look like we're going to be possibly changing targets or meeting the acrobat over at the next stop. I think it's gonna be the latter. Oh my goodness, but this is buying so much time for this team. Please don't get hit.
Oh, mistimes that. But still gets the hit in.
And we do have Barmaid over nearby if we can possibly get a Dolphin. But Blink is online, so we'll have to watch out here. Oh, utilizing broken windows. Oh, we are going to go for a deduction pause just to be on the safe side. But yeah, really intense start off so far. It was fun to see the pressure on the window vault and then moving out of graveyard instead of utilizing the pallets over there. We did see some of the outer area set up as well over at the 2-story, but it's always fun to see when people are able to utilize the tram, and I think Mirone definitely could have afforded it at this point due to being at full health. It's definitely more of a risky move when you're at half health, because if the hunter meets you over at your stop, you're kind of like down right away.
Yeah.
But
We're still being able to buy that, like, I'm not exactly sure. I believe it's like, if you get on the trim immediately, I believe that's like about 30 seconds of honestly free time, just without being able to get hit. Unfortunately, our members of AT are lagging a bit, so we are going to be having
yeah, for sure. Thank you again for your patience, everybody. I really appreciate everyone's time, from the audience and the players and the staff. It's really amazing so far, and it'll definitely be worth the wait to see these teams get to play at their fullest potential, and that's why we want to maximize our time here, even if it means prolonging the match. But yeah. I'm curious to see if we're going to see DTM bring out the blink or utilize it later on. I was wondering if we were going to see a little bit of some Dublin action as well to further extend the kite. But of course, with blink online, is definitely a riskier play at this moment.
Definitely. Although I do have to note, one of the vaulting recordings that Clerk currently has was affected by a slow bomb. So that vault was like slowed down by a ton, which means that whenever that vault is used, they won't be able to outlast it, because it's just going to last way too long because of how definitely, like, that's the one downside when it comes to playing Acrobat against Clerk, or Clerk that knows what they're doing.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I actually didn't know that about Acrobat. Oh, beautiful blink down. Yeah.
Fortunately for AT, most of the ciphers are mostly decoded. Actually, we're seeing Barmaid at 80, about 90% here. He's getting spotted.
Yeah, spreading these survivors out right now for more decoding does help them in the long run, because I know Finn's previous cipher was over at this second story. So even if we did get spotted over at graveyard, we do have more progress elsewhere. We're gonna see. Oh, but
gonna get hit here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, but someone is close by. I think it is the thief. We're gonna see Acrobat go into the corner here, and Clerk is gonna get that. Yeah, pallet breaking recording. The mercenary is gonna get a little recording on the middle cipher right here, but the thief is not too far off. We are gonna see a little bit of some.
He's harassing, trying to get that balloon rescue. The trim.
Well, this is one way to buy time. Really great action here. It's a good thing that we didn't see. Good thing for the hunter that we didn't see the Acrobat and balloons over there, because that would have been quite the rescue.
Oh my god. Definitely that thief being able to
Yeah, no, that was good.
From the tram.
Oh, we're gonna see a hit on the thief here, but of course we do have tide, and we're gonna see.
Ooh,
Oh,
beautiful
nice bomb, and we're gonna see. Oh, the thief tanked the hit here, and then with the the flashlight stun, we're gonna see one, possibly two. Oh, we're gonna see two.
Another one.
Really great
that
way
acrobat just
to.
pulled so much distance.
Yes, really great way
Literally
to utilize the what do you call it? The rest of Tide. Great on Finn's end for being able to body block and stun twice. I mean, you could consider it 3 stuns because Finn inadvertently caused DTM to get run over. So I will give him that.
Oh my god.
Oh, and we are going to, we're gonna see Acrobat get that Doblin in while Esme moves in for the rescue.
You're gonna see that hit there. Thankfully, we're gonna see that flashlight pressure come out again. Thankfully, doesn't get the hit on Barmaid here.
And then we're gonna see yet another flashlight stun. Now we only have a bit left of that flashlight, but we're gonna see it put down.
The pallet recording from earlier coming handy. Oh, the charged attack. Getting the thief down before the stun goes through.
And as Thief has been kiting, we did see Barmaid utilize the last of her Dublin to heal herself up. This does allow her to go in for another rescue, but it looks like Clerk is putting a lot of pressure on some of these ciphers.
Definitely, we have Esme coming back in here trying to get that rescue. But definitely want to waste as much time as you can. Ooh, but we do have backup, which could be bad for. Oh, Esme
Really
taking
excellent. Yeah, really excellent body block right here. We're gonna see. Oh, a terror shock with the blink. Oh, this is gonna be really intense. We're gonna see. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see Barmaid get chaired. Yeah, that was a good little switcheroo. It does buy more time, although we are going to see Thief get sent back to the manor here, unfortunately. Now, we do have the mercenary moving in. Despite being at half health, I do think that this was a good call, considering that Acrobat is... Yeah, Acrobat is dead on chair. Oh, and we're not going to be able to have Tram as an option here.
Getting that second pallet breaking recording. Pressuring those snipers.
Good call for keeping a watchful eye on these ciphers. We do have a lot of progress on both the graveyard, 2-story, and the middle as well, if it's not. Oh, really excellent. Oh my gosh.
All the way from the beginning of that match.
So we are going to see...
That was for half though.
Yeah, we're going to see the 2nd-story cipher get popped.
Doesn't have any skills, but being able to pressure that. Just that fear of being recorded is super hard for that survivor.
I think the mercenary revealed himself a little bit, peeking out, but we are able to get this rescue in after taking a hit. Are we gonna see another body block? No, unfortunately, mercenary is gonna go down.
The cipher is at 90%, but not in time. Oh, not in time for. Oh, the cipher gets locked. They're not gonna be able to decode it before mercenary gets chaired.
No, unfortunately. Gotta come back. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we are going to see the... I think we're gonna go for the... No, we're not gonna go for the cipher pop. Mercenary is on the first chair, but Acrobat needs to watch out here because Mirone is dead on chair.
Oh, immediately heading over to that graveyard trying to catch him off guard. Oh, but we do spot dungeon.
Yeah, this is gonna be a close call. That cipher outside dungeon was also another one that they were working on too, but at this point in time, we are gonna be playing a little bit of the waiting game. I think we're gonna go for a dungeon escape to push for as many points possible in this tight situation. We are doing a really good job of avoiding tinnitus here, but Clark is going to survey the area since it's both the last cipher.
Walking in the graveyard,
Oh,
getting tinnitus. We do
are we
have
gonna
blink
get
ready
caught
enough.
here?
Oh,
Yes, we are. We are going to get caught. But mercenary is almost.
coming
Oh
out.
my goodness! It's gonna be a long time before dungeon
Oh.
opens because of the slower chair time as well as the blast off time before dungeon is open. But are we gonna see the opening? Oh my goodness!
We're gonna see the dungeon escape though.
Amazing dungeon escape from Mirone's end. That was a really, really close call. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That was a crazy match.
Oh.
Let's have a look at the deduction score. We were able to end off at one cipher remaining. That last cipher was about primed. There were 3 pallets destroyed, definitely with those recordings, 16 strikes, 1 terror shock, and 10 knockdowns from TTM's end.
Definitely super long kiting time coming from all the survivors here. Obviously, well, Mercenary didn't really get much of a chance to kite in place, so we're not gonna. That doesn't really count. Mostly just went in for those rescues. Getting those 3 rescues.
Yeah,
Super
for sure.
big for this.
If there was a counter for those stuns, Thief would have had that. That for sure. We saw a lot of the
84.
flashlight stun get utilized. One inadvertently caused the tram action, and I will stand by that. And we did see 83 seconds off the barmaid, 91 from the acrobat, and 84 from the thief. Really great work from Activator's end, and congratulations to Priestess for breaking this tie in round 1.
All right, and unfortunately, I misscheduled a bit, and I do need to head out. Unfortunately, really early, but I am going to be having Bugs take my spot here. So, good luck to AT and EX for the rest of the rounds, and I'll see you guys later.
Thank you so much for joining us, Trickster. I miss her already. We are going to have Bugs move in, and yeah, we're going to head right into round 2. I'm really excited to see how this matchup continues. Welcome in, Bugs!
Hello there. It's nice to meet you, but it's even better to meet me.
Oh, not to take 2. Different face, same mind.
Same monologue.
Same monologue. But yeah, I'm so happy to be able to commentate with you again, Bugs. I feel like one of my first experiences was with you as well. It was during Outsider, and yeah, I'm really happy to be here. So thanks for joining in, and thank you everyone for joining us as well. You saw how intense the first round was between both of these teams, and it's only gonna get better from here on out.
I was watching and I saw the clerk match. I was tuned in for the clerk match. Jeez, that was insane, that dungeon escape. That was like absolutely almost unprecedented for a second, because I genuinely thought that it was all over. Like, I saw the pallet break, I saw the hit go through, I thought it was all over. That's
Mirren
why
is stronger than me. I would have surrendered. Like
I would have surrendered. I would have surrendered. That was me. I also saw the opera singer match as well. That was a very close. That was a close call. That was a really close call.
Yeah, such a close call.
It really just show how powerful these survivors and these teams are.
Agreed. Honestly, I'm really glad that we got to see some dungeon escapes from both rounds. It's not always that we get to see dungeon utilized, but it totally comes in clutch. And yeah, I'm just really, really impressed. I'm glad to see how everything went off. And of course, we do have a lead on Pixis's end, but this is still like a really close matchup. It could be anyone's game. And as we move into round 2, we're going to be able to see even more of a variety with our global bans coming into play. Unfortunately, we aren't going to see a little bit more antiquarian gameplay or Aeroplanist gameplay, I think, from Pixis's end. And I'm honestly sad that we won't be able to see more Thief, because it's very rare that you get to see Thief gameplay, I feel. Like, I know there was a time where where there was like a rise in Thieves because of the flashlight adjustment, but times have changed, and it's nice to see that you can still um, utilize him as much as possible to assist your team as well.
Especially the fact that he can now put down the flashlight and like effectively block off pallets and add in that extra couple of seconds after breaking a pallet or vaulting a window. It's really detrimental, like, because that wastes so much time.
Agreed. And it looks like we are going to be moving into our ban and pick selection. We're going to have Pixis survivors hunting or surviving again, and then activators hunter to start off our first half of round 2.
We're also be seeing the map pick Arms Factory, not Leo's Memory. I get those two confused all the time.
Me too. I definitely left out some space because I was like, oh, that kind of looks like sacred to me. I don't know why, but to me it comes off as sacred. um but yeah, so considering our global bans, once again, we are taking Antiquarian and Aeroplanist off the table. And we will get some survivor bans as well, but we're also going to get a hunter ban now that we're moving into round 2.
That's true. We can always take the fabled opera singer off the table. We also have our first picks coming in. We're going to be seeing Ganji as well as Margreta. I forgot her name for a second.
No worries. I'm really excited to see. Oh,
slight miscommunication there. It seems that those are our bands.
oh, I see.
We will not be seeing them.
Well, we saw them briefly, and that's enough.
We saw
for
them
me.
briefly.
It's not, but
we saw them.
Yeah, I'll take what we can get. I definitely think that they're really solid bands for this map. Moving into Arms Factory, I talked about it briefly with Trickster earlier, but it's definitely such a strong Margie map. There's so much support potential that you can do with her boxes, with so many areas. And same goes for Batter. There's a lot of times you can just kind of chime in with your own support to extend the kiter's kite for longer. And yeah.
Seems like the hunter is going for a almost kind of anti-support approach to these bands. Maybe even anti-harasser, considering once Chichi is out of the mix, the second best thing is the batter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it does make room for characters like Prospector. but I probably shouldn't say anything lest I jinx things. We are going to be taking a hunter off the table next, I believe, before we lock in our next 2 survivors.
Seems like for this map, I would personally go a more like a bulky team, considering everything's so condensed. And that seems to be exactly what we're going to do. We're going to be taking the mercenary as well as the psychologist.
Yeah, like you said, Bugs, definitely a more tankier approach. Although it can slow down healing in the long run, we do have that healing potential off the psychologist, as well as delayed damage. You can consider both especially with that stress bubble. Taking opera singer off the table is definitely a solid choice, as well as Seer off the table as well.
Ooh, we finally get to see some entomologist gameplay too. Very interesting.
Yes. Trickster, I hope you're still out there. She was asking for entomologist gameplay earlier too, but
Oh, unfortunately, we will be seeing Emil get banned. How devastating for me.
yeah, I'm so sorry for bugs. But I'm definitely eager to see some of the entomologist gameplay because I feel like Arms Factory is such a nice map for Melee.
Mhm.
You get to utilize the bees in a lot of different spots. You can um, prime the windows as well as the palettes with the extra vault juice. Sorry, the name slips from my mind,
The
but
nectar?
yeah, that's right, nectar. Perfect. Yeah, and it definitely helps out with the rest of the fighting. Oh, and it does look like we're going to lock in with Acrobat as our fourth and final survivor. I think this makes us a good alternative for you bugs.
Yeah, this is definitely a suitable replacement.
Trade off, yeah. No Emil, but you get Michael Morden.
Michael.
Yeah, and we saw Acrobat get utilized really well in the last match too. So it's going to be
That's true.
interesting to see the opposing team utilize the same character as well.
I thought it was really funny when Mirone just kept going back and forth between the ciphers.
Yeah, me too. That takes like a lot of patience, and honestly, I respect it, especially when it comes to clerk matches. It's so easy to just bite the bullet and decode away, and have it like bite you in the butt later because the clerk will like revert your decoding progress. But I respect it.
Definitely. I personally would have just stood there and waited, but what do I know? I'm a commentator.
No, that's what I do too. When I get recorded, I start emoting and I spin around. So when the recording gets used, I get to see
Yeah.
my little purple self just spin around and shout.
Oh, we will be seeing our hunter pick as well. We're going to be uh having a naiad against the
Yes.
survivors.
Yeah.
Really, it's a wrench in their plan of a tanking team.
Mm-hmm. Especially on a map like Arms Factory, I feel like this is a really beneficial map for Naiad, and we've seen how strong Polaris is in terms of creating those like the abysses, um, and
Abyssai.
staying, yeah, abyss. Plurals. English is beyond me. But yeah, it's really a map where you can not only pincer survivors and kind of drown them in the water, but also make up for a lot of the distance that these survivors can make. Like it's so easy to be able to catch up to even mercenary or acrobat and entomologist. But
Mhm.
it can definitely work in their favor being able to tank hits for longer or be able to kind of shift around their heals for this map. It's really easy to get that water damage, especially up against a skill naiad such as Polaris. But if Pixis can stay on top of things and stay at optimal health, then it will really benefit them in the long run for this match.
Mhm. Does seem like for me, what I'm expecting is that
Mhm.
if the melee does get chased, that also kind of counters the naiad because she can't really dash through the bees, and
Mm.
she can't like hit them while she's in the water form. She could just go around them. Uh, so it does seem like that was a little bit maybe anticipating the naiad coming out.
Yeah, for sure. It does look like we're going to be locking in with our survivors and builds here. Mercenary is gonna opt to bring Borrowed Time and Tide Turner, of course. And it looks like our psychologist is going to go for a 12-9 flywheel broken windows build.
What a knower. We will be seeing the acrobat with borrowed time as well as flywheel, and the entomologist will be taking borrowed time as well as broken windows.
Yep, and we're going to be moving into our area selection here. We're gonna go for a little interesting formation, but I think we're gonna opt for an L instead. getting that factory area. Okay, we're gonna go with our interesting formation, but Polaris is gonna opt for the factory gate.
Very, very solid spawn, especially having the Acrobat in no man's land where he can work with that wall area with the pallet, the subsequent 2 pallets, as well as the shack. It's a very good kiting area, but I personally believe that they're going to go for the factory. They really built almost like a wall to keep that psychologist safe.
All right. We are moving into the first half of round 2 with our Pixis survivors up against the Activators Hunter. I'm Mima, joined with Bugs, and good luck to both teams.
Yep, we will be seeing the factory pallet being thrown down, as well as the entomologist seemingly taking the kite for now. We will be seeing not bugs, that's me, the bees being she has taken a good amount of water, but it seems that it was no sweat off her back. The bugs will also be dispersed for now as they've taken a hit, and we will be now transitioning to this horrible area that I hate so much.
Oh, really good on the entomologist for avoiding the hit at the window here. We're doing a really great job of avoiding the water as well. Even if this area is horrible for Bugs' end, it was definitely a good call to move away from
the
factory. Yeah, that had been so closed off. Ciphers as well. We're going to be able to use the bees again to transition out of this area now that Abyss has formed.
Oh, we might be seeing a pop coming in, and it's not quite.
Oh.
The bees taking a hit, as well as the entomologist taking another hit. She is very high on water right now. Anything could happen at this moment.
We'll need to watch out right here, especially with Blink online as well. Oh my goodness, we are going to see that Blink through the pallet and a hit through the window.
This is a very good spot to be in, especially for the survivor side. So far away from the ciphers, it really stuffs the Naiad's ability to pressure them. But we will be seeing 2 ciphers be done at this moment, as well as a 3rd cipher being worked on. The mercenary is in the area, not quite triggering tinnitus yet, but still making his presence known.
Oh, and it does look like Mercenary is moving in, able to get that rescue before half, and we're gonna stay committed onto this entomologist here.
Especially since you don't have Blink online anymore, you really want to be cautious with how you play this, but not too passive in that they can get more ciphers done, especially since one of them is currently almost at 50% by the time saying this.
Yeah, nice usage
Wonderful
of the bees to tank that first swing. We are going to see Entomologist get down the second time with no more bees in play, and we're gonna see Entomologist get shared beside the middle cipher that Acrobat is currently decoding at.
Yes, unfortunately, she will be shared towards the middle, which means that the cipher can now be pressured. But with 2 people there, it's
Oh
getting
my
a
goodness.
terror shock on the mercenary.
Yeah, we're able to utilize the red bomb to cancel out Polaris's other abilities, but we're gonna see Acrobat body block for Entomologist as well. Now Mercenary is gonna go down soon, and we're going to see Polaris commit to Entomologist, who is dead on chair right now, and Psychologist has been forced off of this cipher as well. We're going to see Acrobat return to the middle cipher, and Entomologist is going to go back to that factory ruins area as well.
Yeah, just really trying to get as much time as possible. Unfortunately, the mercenary is downed in this area as well, but it doesn't seem that we're going to... we will be popping prematurely. Now, this isn't the worst idea, as the Naiad is currently swimming.
Oh,
missing the
gonna
blink,
get that blink, but it does. Yeah, it does work out after getting that hit through the window. Now, Mercenary was picked up, wasn't able to pick himself up prior to the Cypher pop, so we are going to be at half health here. We're also at 50% water, so we really need to watch out for the Abyss here.
Utilizing those elbow pads in a beautiful manner, however.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Psychologist and Acrobat are over at the other gate. We've got 2 people down. Are we gonna go for the... Yeah, we're gonna go for the Mercenary Slug, but Entomologist is possibly up again soon. Yeah, and we are gonna see self pickup. We don't have any more blink, but we're gonna see an opportunity perhaps to get back to the Entomologist here.
The Entomologist is buying so much time for the Mercenary to pick up. Unfortunately, getting another Terror Shock on the Entomologist there, but this is bought extremely good time for the Mercenary to pick up. He's at 90% now, probably going to pick himself up immediately by the time of that
Yeah.
save.
And another thing is that we're going to see the Psychologist utilize that whistle. We do have that stress bubble, so we're gonna be able to get Mercenary back to full health. We could be seeing we're going to see Polaris catch up to the Mercenary here, still with detention, but only 25 seconds left. This is going to be a really close match. Psychologist and Acrobat have opted to exit, and we're going to see Mercenary go towards the gate. He does have 2 options here with both the dungeon and the gate open close by. Only a few more seconds of detention left.
With his fellow survivors gone, he really has the opportunity to utilize the pallets more and gain on so much distance. And we will be seeing the Mercenary just walk out the gate.
Oh, really close call. That was a really amazing kite that we saw on Entomologist and as well as the Mercenary. Congratulations to Pixis for the 3-man escape, and really well done for our activators. We're going to see the deduction scores here. We saw 4 pallets destroyed, 9 strikes, 2 terror shocks, and 6 knockdowns from activators Polaris.
Yeah, that was very, very beautiful gameplay from the survivors' part, especially the assistance that the entomologist received uh, towards the time that she was on her last chair. It was really game changing, considering that uh, typically we do see the survivors going for a more aggressive approach with their support once we get towards the last chair, especially when you're so far into the ciphers like that. It's really really goes to show how good of communication that these survivors have.
Yeah, for sure. I think they made a lot of great calls here, and they were able to pull up all the stops when they needed to. Um, I thought for sure that there was a strong possibility of getting snowballed over at the middle cipher because that was their last cipher in the end. And Polaris had even locked it off with that water as well. But they went all in with the rescue, and it definitely paid off. And good on Polaris for keeping their cool as well, because it was such like an intense matchup and there is so much to keep track of. But being able to know who to target in the end, even regardless of whoever was coming your way, is a really daunting task for any hunter to do. And I think Polaris did a really good job with that as well. And I think it really goes to show how Polaris knows how to utilize the Naiad as well. Not beyond just like the water usage, but the understanding of Naiad's hitbox as well. Like knowing when to walk through pallets or when to like swing at them. And same with the windows. Like despite a lot of these survivors making it past the window vault, we did see a lot of getting hit through. Yeah, exactly. Which is always rough when you're that survivor, but it just goes to show how much expertise that the hunter has with who they're playing as.
Yeah, we will be seeing our bans coming through. Quick reminder that for AT, the barmaid as well as the thief is unfortunately banned for globally. But our bans for this round will be Seer as well as the dancer. Again, the dancer is extremely strong on this map, especially with how flat it is.
Mhm.
She can offer so much support with either her fast boxes or her slow boxes, and also give a little bit of boost to the decoding process as well. So it's completely understandable that she's been taken out of the running.
Absolutely. You bring up a great point as well, Bugs, in terms of like map flatness, because a weakness that Dancer definitely has in regards to the music boxes is that when the ground is like elevated, even just by a little bit. I'm talking about Birdcage, Sacred Heart Hospital, the 2-story in Moonlit River Park where the cipher is usually at, the cipher and the locker. If you put like a box there, for example, it only works on that bit of elevated ground, and it's such like a frustrating thing, but definitely a gripe about music boxes that I have as a dancer main.
She's
But
very particular
yeah.
about what she affects.
Yeah, it's okay. Margie's just up there sometimes. Good for her. We are also going to see Sia taken off the table, and of course, our global bans are going to be Barmaid and Thief. We're
Yeah,
gonna
Seer,
get our lock-ins shortly, as well as a hunter ban.
this year is definitely completely understandable. Uh, he offers a lot of tankiness to the team and to anybody on the team actually, as well as just a general annoyance when you see him staring at you from the corner of your screen.
Absolutely. It does look like we're going to be taking wax artists off the table here, which solid choice. I mean, uh, wax artist on a small map like Arms Factory is definitely such a pain, especially as the match can go on when you've eliminated some of those ciphers. Even if you have it primed. Yay! I have to stop my thought.
I heard the gasp. We will be seeing the antiquarian as well as the prospector come out. Yay!
I am here for it. Like we're going for a more like uh bold approach moving into the second round. Of course, activators does have to catch up in points quite a bit if we want to push for round 3. But with a team composition like this, you have really great harassers like Antiquarian and Prospector, and then we're gonna bring Cheerleader into the mix. Really great. Being able to support these survivors, especially with their cooldowns.
I finally get my Matthias gameplay too.
Yeah!
It seems that AT is after our hearts today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really great to see such a fun lineup here. We're definitely gonna go with something a lot more fun and a lot more, honestly, like aggressive. Like I definitely am looking forward to this, and I'm so excited to see Puppeteer. I don't think we've seen him much of him at all in general, and I'm looking forward to it. Like when I was doing my stalking, I saw like I think it's Esme who is the Puppeteer main, and I was like really hoping for them to pull out that Matthias gameplay, and I'm glad we're gonna get to see it shortly.
Oh, our final 2 bans came through, by the way. We were so busy talking over Norton that we completely missed it. The mercenary as well as the gravekeeper have been taken off the table.
Yeah, we've definitely seen activators utilize Gravekeeper as well. But honestly, when you have a team composition like this, instead of having a rescuer, we're definitely going to see like a lot more support from one another, as opposed for like a bulkier rescue. I think we definitely have like a lot of potential in terms of like being able to harass the hunter, as well as just Puppeteer's rescuing capabilities. I think with the Dauntless, it can really work in their favor. I'm wondering what builds they're going to go for, because there's another thing that you can do with Puppeteer where you can I think you can like it's like a healing trick that some people do when they don't have
Yes,
tide,
I brought this up.
right? Yeah, if you
I've
want
got this
to
up
go into
the
it in
first
more
time I
detail.
commentated. So the healing trick is that you heal somebody to almost full. Then you rescue as puppeteer. Uh, as and then you or is it have the puppeteer heal the yes you rescue the
Mhm.
puppeteer and then he heals you and then
Yeah.
he gets an extra chip to work with as well as you being now at half health. Well, not
Yeah,
half health.
exactly.
That one, that
The
25%
quarter.
chip. Yeah,
Yeah.
quarter. Really, it
Oh,
makes
that's
you
great.
think what kind of hunter we can be seeing here. The opera singer is on the table, but Chishi might scare her away.
Mhm. Uh,
What kind of
that's a
hunter are
lot.
you anticipating, Mima?
Uh, I I'm hoping
I
to see a hunter that we haven't seen played, like in this tournament in
You can say
general.
fool's gold. You can say fool's gold.
I would love to see a fool's gold. Just putting that out there. Thank you, Bugs. I know I don't need your permission, but it helps me take the next step.
Connected
I
with our minds there for a second. I know you mean
right?
fool's gold. Haven't seen him yet. Fortunately, he has not shown his face yet. I said
Fortunately.
I did not say fortunately. I said unfortunately.
Okay, I got it. You know what? Yesterday when I was done with work, I literally texted Bugs. I was like, "How was it? Did, did you see Fool's Gold for our matchup yesterday?" That's how serious this is. But
That's how serious it was. And oh, we will be seeing
oh
a bloody queen.
no, this is going to be exciting. I feel like, uh, oh my gosh, like this is a really aggressive team composition, but Mary can definitely double down on that and be
She's
aggressive back.
she's also extremely aggressive, offering so much pressure to ciphers as well as just general control, as well as in those tight areas where other hunters can't reach. She can just mirror through. Uh, and like I said, this map is very, very flat, so
Mhm.
she can mirror just about anywhere.
Yeah, definitely. Uh, oh my gosh, this brings me back to like round twos, round threes from like older tournaments, older coas and whatnot, when you would take off like Dream Witch and stuff like that, and you'd
Mhm.
see the Marys get brought out. I'm so excited. Like I feel like we just don't see Mary in general anymore.
Mhm.
But it's always so fun to watch Mary gameplay. Like let's hope that considering the terrain that
Mm.
the objects in the map don't interfere with Mary as well, because I know it's really easy to accidentally get caught in
Mhm.
the barrels or whatever, but same can be said for survivors. You know, when you're looking for that mirror, um it's easy to run into things,
Mhm.
but yeah, we're going to move into the area selection shortly, and we're going to get to see which builds everyone is carrying as well.
It seems that we're going to have the cheerleader being taking. Everybody has 3, thankfully. Unfortunately for me, but thankfully. Everybody has 3. Cheerleader is going to be taking Flywheel, as well as the Puppeteer will be taking Tide Turner. The Antiquarian will also be taking Flywheel, and the Prospector will be taking a more rescuer approach with Tide Turner.
Sorry, I needed to like take a
Because it's
moment.
Ronald
Because
Nine.
Ronald. Sorry. Oh my gosh, I need to be fine. um, but yeah, I'm fascinated to see like the double tide. I think that's definitely like a smart move though, considering we do have to get as many escapes as possible here for activators. And it looks like we're gonna go for the okay. I think we're gonna go for the L if we're gonna finalize it here. But it does. We're gonna complete kind of like the little thumbs up.
It's
Similar.
the same spawn layout as
Yeah.
last match. It is very strong to have the the puppeteer in the middle as well, considering he's going to be taking a rescuer approach. Typically, rescuers spawn in the middle just so that they have easy access to almost every chair in the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if we do end up seeing cheerleader get chased instead, there's also like the prospector that you can transition towards to force some support. Now we are going to be moving into the second half of round 2 with our activator survivors up against our Priestess hunter. Good luck to both teams. Oh, so it looks like we're going to actually go towards the shack area and have Antiquarian take our first kite.
Very interesting choice for a first kite, but getting an early hit, not giving her even a second to use that bamboo stick.
Mm-hmm. Now it does look like we don't have basement to worry about in this area, but shack itself is definitely a really good spot for Mary.
Patroller.
And we're going to see Patroller.
Really aggressive play coming out here, especially just denying any use of the stick if she's waiting for the mirror.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna see the mirror over here, and we're gonna see a pushback, but that Patroller does allow the Mary to get our second hit. Yeah.
It's also a very unfortunate chair placement, as well as the fact that all 3 ciphers are just so open, and also forcing the puppeteer to get off of his cipher. It seems that the Norton's coming in for a rescue, but he might be denied it.
Right. Oh, we're able to utilize the speed boost from that hit. And we're going to see... Oh, a magnet over here. And Norton's going to take the body block.
This is a very aggressive approach from Miss Mary, but that really is the beauty of Bloody Queen, as she is a very aggressive hunter.
Yeah, that's right. Now we are going to catch sight of the Antiquarian over here at shack again.
She's really utilizing her mirror,
We're going to see a flywheel. Excellent stuns. We are going to see Mary get disarmed and avoid the pallet stun over here.
Just a little bit of a standoff there at the pallet.
Yeah.
We will be seeing the Antiquarian transitioning to the middle here now that it's cleared up and the cipher has been finished. We have 2 ciphers.
Cheerleader is also moving in, pinging for Antiquarian, but isn't able to encourage quite yet. We're going to see... Prospector's getting healed over here.
So unfortunately, he's being healed by the Matthias, so he will have a chip and be still be at half health for until he's healed twice more.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see the Patroller utilized once again for this camp or anything, or if we're gonna save it for our next kite.
It does seem that she's blocking off the little area here with the thickness of her dress. We will be seeing the Patroller being faded out. That trick is...
We've switched to Blink and utilized it to get a hit on the Antiquarian here. No, Prospector!
No. The Prospector caught in the crossfire, unfortunately.
Yeah, the danger of Wanted Order does definitely give that. We're gonna see Antiquarian go and drop down into the basement. Good call on Mirone's end for buying a little bit more time, forcing the hunter to chair them in basement. But unfortunately, we are going to see Antiquarian get sent back to the manor. Are we going to see a mirror over? Okay, Prospector is able to pick himself back up, but we're going to see the Mary switch with her mirror image to catch up. Oh, nice. We aren't able to get the pallet stun, but we are able to stun Mary over at the pallet here. And we're going to see another stun by the Prospector, utilizing this tri-pallet area over here. Luckily, we don't have Blink to worry about.
Especially in this area right here, it's not very good to utilize. Unfortunately, the cheerleader has not been able to support this prospector, which is so sad for me. But good for the hunter.
Yeah, and we're gonna go for I think we're gonna go for the tricky chair over here, over by the trees. This is the one that is interesting. Like, you can rescue from the back, and we are gonna have cheerleader. Puppeteer is going to get mirrored on over at the deep sandbag cipher, while cheerleader is moving in for this rescue. And oh, we really have to watch out here. Are we gonna see? We're gonna see a switch to allow the more pressure on the puppeteer. We're gonna see Lewis in play now.
Really baiting out the Lewis just so that we can get the puppeteer at half health. He's now one hit to being knocked down. You also will be seeing a beautiful utilization of Lewis, but the Prospector has been healed to full. We will be seeing a switch to the Prospector once again, considering that nobody is currently working on a Cypher. What a wonderful magnet
right there. No, that was really good because Finn was getting sandwiched by Mary and her mirror image, but getting to use that stun. Oh, excellent pallet stun! Great stuns back to back.
Buying a whole lot of time for them to be working on these this final cipher, rather. Unfortunately, once again, it seems that they're kiting towards it. The Mary is hot on Prospector's trail for now, though.
Yeah, good on the cheerleader for continuing the cheer on Puppeteer. Oh, we're gonna see the blink utilized, but not connect.
Just barely missing the blink, keeping the Puppeteer.
Nice pallet stun!
What a wonderful pallet stun it was.
Okay, we really need to watch out here.
With the Cypher, knowing that it's probably closer to being popped as well. And Puppeteer down.
Right, we are going to be seeing Puppeteer on the first chair. However, Prospector has moved in to take over Puppeteer's old cipher at Deep Sandbags.
Now, this is a really difficult situation to be in if you are the Mary. 2 ciphers are well over half at this rate, and we still have a cheerleader that can still rescue.
We are going to see that rescue go through. Lewis is going to get pulled out over here, and we're gonna see if looks like Zachary has to commit to somebody, and it's going to be the Puppeteer here. Cheerleader, I think, went back to the old cipher. Same with Prospector over at another. We are going to see Prospector get mirrored on.
Seems like she's just missing by the skin of her teeth here.
Another pincer over here. Can we push this last cipher? And we are going to push for that cipher. Now, if we're going to commit to this Prospector, Finn could potentially transition over to the shack area where Dungeon happens to be. Oh, and we did put down a magnet early, which the Mary was able to pick up. We're going to see possibly another stun. Excellent stun over at the barrels here. But we are going to see that mirror image come into play, and Prospector is going to go down here.
Really beautiful mirror work here. The last 2 remaining survivors are at the opposite gate, and it has been opened. It seems that the Mary is taking the tie.
All right. What an intense match. Let's have a look at our deduction scores here. So it looks like we're going to have, from our Bloody Queen, 2 pallets destroyed, 14 strikes, and 9 knockdowns.
We'll be seeing the Prospector get the most containment time as well. He really was just everywhere in that match.
Yeah, best deduction too, which was very well deserved. I definitely think that is like the definition of redemption kite, and it really goes to show Finn's skill with the Prospector. It's nice to get to see them play the Prospector again. I've definitely seen them play him in the past, and we saw a lot of kiting from everybody, really. We saw lots of great work from Esme bringing out the Puppeteer with 117 seconds. We saw Antiquarian as well. Antiquarian was our first kite with 93 seconds. And yeah, really, really fun match to watch. We saw it was nice to see Bloody Queen back into the mix again, and it was nice to see some characters like Puppeteer that we have yet to see. Yeah, I think we are going to be finishing off here with Priestess going to advance. But honestly, I think this matchup was a lot of fun. Both teams really gave it their all, and it's always amazing to see activators in play. So congratulations to Pixis and well done to activators.
Especially since both teams played so well. It really was a very tense competition.
Yeah, I think, okay, thank you so much, staff, for getting on that math. It does look like the total is 13 points to Pixis and then 7 points to activators.
I just want to thank the staff as well as the teams for coming out and playing today. I know that I had to fill in for Trickster, but it really is just always so much fun to commentate for this tournament. Not to get mushy, but I really am happy to be here. So yeah, that's my final parting message. Change your world and all that.
Thanks a lot, Bugs. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for our players, our staff, our audience members. I really appreciate all of your support and your patience. And I really hope that everyone continues to tune in for our next matchup as well. And that we hold our our congratulations and respect for the teams that have been competing so far. And again, really great job for activators and Pixis. Later on, we're gonna see CH4 versus Pip, and that's gonna be super exciting. I think we'll be joining you all later, and until then, see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Rest up, everybody.
Priestess is full health to share. That's exactly what's going to happen. Well, of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the imp was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the Cypher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. It looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again. And
It's gonna be 2-story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychologist. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, here she's
Unfortunately gets
barely
hit,
getting.
hits back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from this cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here.
Oh,
not
my goodness.
Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another
Are we gonna
palette
see a
stone.
pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. It looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the Opera Singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again and
To a story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychologist. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, here she's
Gets
barely
hit,
getting.
hits back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from this cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting
Oh my goodness,
another
are we gonna
palette
see a
stone.
pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man, oh, goodness! Oh, my goodness. Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair. That's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again at
2-story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychologist. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's barely getting
back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Opera singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another
are we gonna see a pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man, oh, goodness! Oh, my goodness. Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair. That's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. It looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
Seems that we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again in
To a story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychologist taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's barely getting
it back up.
There's a really great block in evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not the singer, just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're gonna see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another palette stone.
Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man, oh, goodness! Oh, my goodness. Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, but the image was still there! That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. It looks looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again at
Two-story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up, and the psychologist. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's barely getting
it back up.
There's a really great block in evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another palette stone.
Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The Priestess has returned to try again in
Two story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Missionary is up in the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychology's taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, here she's
Unfortunately,
barely
gets
getting
hit back up.
those really great blocks in evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here.
Oh, my
Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're gonna see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting
Oh my goodness, are we gonna see a pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the Opera Singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The Priestess has returned to try again in
Two story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Missionary is up in the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychologist's taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against the game. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really,
misses the hit.
just by the nick of her teeth, here she's
Unfortunately, gets
barely
hit,
getting.
hits back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here.
Oh my
Novelist Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another
Are we gonna
palette
see a
stone.
pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is, not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the Opera Singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again.
Two-story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against the game. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really,
misses the hit.
just by the nick of her teeth, here she's
Unfortunately, gets
barely
hit,
getting.
hits back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flying wheeling through that hit, getting
Oh my goodness,
another
are we gonna
pilot
see a
stun.
pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent, excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man, oh, goodness! Oh, my goodness. Another switcheroo into the pallet stun by the novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair. That's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the imp was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher.
Oh.
Yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again and
To a story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Missionary is up in the psychology. You know, this makes this sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychologist taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the game. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's barely getting
back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not quite. Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flying wheeling through that hit, getting
my goodness, are we gonna see a pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent, excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man, oh, goodness! Oh, my goodness. Another switcheroo into the pallet stun by the novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair. That's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the imp was still there. That is absolutely huge huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the Cypher.
Oh,
Yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
what a hit. And we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate with that debuff does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at the end game. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again. And
2 story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Missionary is up in the psychology. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's
Unfortunately, gets
barely
hit,
getting
gets back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from this cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not Opera Singer, just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. Just absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another
Are we gonna
palette
see a
stone.
pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair. That's exactly what's going to happen. Well, of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher.
Oh.
Yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit. And we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate with that debuff does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again and
To a story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Missionary is up in the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Psychologist taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot actually to play against the game. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's barely getting
it back up.
those really great blocks in evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. And not Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. Just absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another palette stone.
Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair. That's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
what a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again at
Two-story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychology. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth here, she's barely getting
back up.
There's a really great block in evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from this cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, not Opera Singer, just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're gonna see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another
Are we gonna see a pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. It looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again at
Two-story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychology. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but They're going so much distance with that slope. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, she's
Unfortunately, gets
barely
hit,
getting.
hits back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh,
my
goodness! Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. This absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting
my goodness,
another
are we gonna see a
stun.
pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the Novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair, that's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal, oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the Opera Singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again at
2 story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with him. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychologist. You know, this makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
Like I was just taking a chip here, but they're going so much distance with that slope. Fortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the team. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Oh, coordinator barely gets. Barely
Really?
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, she's barely getting.
Hits back up.
There's a really great block and evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. Just absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another
Are we gonna
palette
see a
stone.
pop? Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the novelist here.
Priestess with full health to the chair. That's exactly what's going to happen. But of course, with the global portal. Oh, but the image was still there. That is absolutely huge here for AT, knocking down Psychologist while she was trying to prime the cipher. Oh, yeah. I feel like that was definitely a pretty good route. I think, Acrobat taking a statue hit and a second statue hit. We are going to see another stuffed rescue here, potentially, in just a moment. But this chair pressure here is absolutely incredible. Wow.
What a hit, and we will be teleporting right away.
Yep, Gravekeeper here is not even going to stand a chance. Caught on the statue rebound. That is a double down here, looking at a second
Game. With the integrated already on the gate, with that debuff, does unfortunately give her a little bit of a challenge. Oh, beautiful, absolutely stunning dodge of that swing, forcing the Disciple to change targets with all 4 survivors up at endgame. And it looks like she's going to try and go for dungeon instead, as opposed to taking the safer choice to the gate.
So we have our rendition of the clown and priestess standoff happening right here in front of us.
Unfortunately, the priestess is unable to heal herself to full. Honestly, I would be trying to potentially try to sneak over to the open gate. She does have 2 portals online to use.
It does seem that she will be doing just that, actually. Again, she does have 2 portals to utilize, as well as the opera singer not quite picking up that the priestess has left the building. Just having a little bit of fun showing our stickers, as well as our nice red ink emote. The priestess has returned to try again in
To a story. We're gonna wait over at the vault here, and Hermit is going to drop down along with them. It's only a matter of time before. Oh, really great. Flywheel here to avoid that stun, but Hermit is gonna move in closer. Watch out for the trap.
Mercenary is up in the psychology. This makes the sculpture a little bit of a headache to work with here.
The stun coming in from forward in the slow box.
Forward in the slow box. Beautiful communication coming off of this team here.
I was just taking a chip here, but they're pulling so much distance with that slow. Unfortunately, this is a pretty good spot to actually play against the game. Unfortunately, the coordinator. Coordinator barely gets. Barely
really
misses the hit.
Just by the nick of her teeth, she's barely getting
back up.
There's a really great block in evade from the coordinator here.
But changing targets once again, it looks like we might be seeking out that mercenary. Or at least trying to force him away from the cipher. We're changing targets quite a bit here. Oh, Opera Singer just changing directions immediately and heading towards Novelist. Feels like a trap here set by Fusion that Opera Singer has just dashed right into. And already we're going to see that smoke go through. Gorgeous! Beautiful palette stone on that. Just absolutely incredible series of plays here. Novelist flywheeling through that hit, getting another palette stone.
Are we gonna see a pop? Not quite. Oh.
Yes,
Excellent situation to be in. We are at a 4-man. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Another switcheroo into the palette stun by the novelist here. Quarterfinals this day 5. I'm Mima, and I'm joined here with Bugs.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. I will be filling in for Mian just a little while, but I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really excited to see CH4 versus Pip.
I'm really excited for this matchup. Unfortunately, I have yet to be able to commentate for both CH4 and Pip so far, but I'm really lucky to be scheduled in here. I'm really looking forward to seeing how both teams play against each other.
It's definitely going to be another very tense lineup of matches, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. I think I appreciate that a lot about this tournament. I think the matchups, like the seeding, has just been really on par with one another. It feels like all teams are just like neck and neck with one another, and it's hard to say goodbye to some of these teams when they aren't able to move forward. But at the very least, it's not the end of LO League. If anything, things are just getting started.
Can always come back for next time on.
Agreed. And I am really looking forward to when we move into our banded picks. At the moment, we're just getting our rosters in for our teams and going ahead with those coin toss, trying to figure out who's going to be hunting and surviving first. Definitely gonna choose those maps as well. I feel like since we haven't seen as much big maps, at least for today, that's definitely what I'm going to be manifesting for our next matchup. How about you, Bugs? Is there anything that you're looking to manifest or look forward to?
Emil.
Emil?
Emil.
Yes,
And I
absolutely.
want to see Itaka again. I really love Itaka.
Yeah, same here. I think both would be really fun to get utilized as well. And I mean, I did manifest a bigger map. I feel like on maps such as Moonlit, I feel like both of these characters can be utilized really well, especially the patient. Big fan of fourth stop patients on Moonlit. Especially if we're gonna opt for our usual opera singer first thing. But of course, we'll definitely have to see what happens when we get into things.
But also, we have seen Opera Singer on Moonlit, that one match where she caught up to them, even though they had like all those stops put off. She caught up to them at
I remember
like,
that
right as the last roller coaster was pulling in. That was crazy.
Absolutely intense. And considering how intense our last bracket was, I can only hope that we face even more intensity with this matchup. I do think we'll definitely be seeing that here now as we watch our players moving in. I hope we see some other characters that we haven't yet seen. I'm gonna manifest maybe some Axe Boy as well. No, I won't. Not yet. I can't set myself up.
For Fool's Gold has passed. Mushin Mushin is not playing in this bracket right now.
If anyone is willing to throw me a bone, I will
If
take
anyone
a
can
Fool's
hear
Gold
me,
from anybody. This is a cry for help.
if anyone can hear me. I
So,
definitely do want to see more non like something that we haven't seen before. Possibly even a Hell Ember, cause just how strong he is with the map control.
I would love to see some Hell Ember. I'd love to see some Mad Eyes as well. Like I feel like we don't always get to see Mad Eyes, but when it is, I like to see like the inner workings of a Mad Eyes main. And as for survivors, I feel like we need to see a little bit more decoders. I'm gonna manifest the decoders as well. Sounds lawyer, because we've seen quite a lot of Freddie
I've seen
Riley.
way too much lawyer. I do want to see Helena. I've talked about it before, but I do want to see Helena come out, especially since she can really hold her own with that little running faster a little bit when she crouches or walks for like half a second. Really is fun to play her.
Yeah, you're a really good Helena player. All right, so we did finalize our map picks, and it looks like CH4 has chosen to ban Leo's memory.
Yep, we'll also be seeing the map pick come out. We will be playing on Sacred Heart. It looks a little bit dark. It looks a little bit Dark Soulsy here, but that is Sacred Heart.
Perfect.
I've confirmed that that is Sacred Heart.
Thank you so much. I'm really bad at being able to tell, but um, definitely a solid map choice here. And we are going to be having CH4 hunting first thing.
Uh, having the first map be Sacred Heart, a lot of people that I know personally, a lot of ex-Hunter mains that have quit the game because of Sacred Heart.
Oh no.
They really don't like the way that the loopability of the hospital. So it's really interesting to see that the pick was hospital. It's definitely going to be very difficult if they can get those hospital loops off. Even in areas the the little almost not complete box area,
Hmm.
just a little bit off from statues, and the ruins as well. Those are very strong areas to be in. So it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how the survivors utilize it and how the hunter opposes it.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm curious to see how this ban and pick is going to go because I believe Link is going to be hunting first thing. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like a little more typical that we see in round one, such as the opera singer, or if we're going to consider other hunters within the repertoire of Link. Because I'm definitely manifesting that axe boy, really.
Have you done your air quotes studying on the hunter?
Yeah. I also like on the note of Axe Boy, like I was able to get the mono skin today from the Little Nightmares crossover.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
I
very
did too.
cute.
It's so cute. I love it. I really like the little Nightmares crossover. It's something I never really anticipated happening.
And it's something that like the fandom has always really wanted. So
Mhm.
I'm glad that they were able to kind of turn it around and make it possible. Uh so yeah. Um do you plan on getting like the little girl skin or the accessory?
Mm, I don't play her enough to justify it, so I don't think
Mhm.
so. If it was fragments, maybe, but no, I don't think so.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's fair. I definitely miss like the period of being able to purchase collaboration things with both fragments as well as echoes, but I don't know. I am also a working adult with adult money. So,
mhm.
Florian, I'll be seeing you soon.
That's true. You will be making some microtransactions for
Yeah, maybe
Florian,
like
though.
major transactions, but it's okay. We have 3 days.
Yep.
Okay, so
We will be seeing the first two pin picks coming out with the Seer and the Antiquarian. Pretty solid picks. As I said before, the Antiquarian is a real uh, strong harasser, uh, and especially with like the the flute. Does she have a special name for her jump?
I definitely call it the jump.
The jump. With her jump through the windows and like off the edge of the hospital, it is really a detriment when you're chasing her. We'll also be seeing our first two picks coming out, Coordinator and the Gardener, which means that they will be the global bands.
Yeah, that's right. I'm excited to get to see both utilized. I'm wondering if we're going to see more of like a kiting cord build. And I definitely enjoy Gardener on this map as well. I feel like if you're really on top of the chair breaking, if they're going to opt for that sort of strategy, it can really help out in a long run, especially if you nail down those areas that are really optimal for kiting as well. I
Mhm.
know in between the statue and the shack, there's definitely quite a lot of chairs. But if you manage your decoding progress pretty decently, then you'll still have time to dismantle them if you choose to opt for that strategy, of course. Or if Gardener isn't being chased. She's definitely more of like a popular pick as of late, especially with the like the dominance of Miss Sangria, the opera singer. But if she's not first kite, then there's definitely some potential to utilize that kind of like underrated harassment.
Mm-hmm. Definitely a very strong pick for the first two, and unfortunate that they're going to be global banned. But
Mm-hmm.
someone
Let's hope
has
we
to
see
go.
a lot of them. Yeah, let's hope we see a lot of them first thing. Now we are going to be taking lawyer off the table next thing.
Well, we just mentioned them too.
Mm-hmm. But it does leave room for some other decoders if they wish to opt for that.
Mm-hmm. Also, be seeing our third pick coming out with the barmaid. Another very strong pick. Uh, offering a lot with not only the drink but the speed boost as well. Unfortunately, the coordinator cannot take the drink, but hopefully everybody else on the team will be able to.
Yeah, that's definitely the downside of having them in the same team composition. But in the case that we do end up seeing the barmaid, for example, go in for, sorry, not the rescue, but rather the kite, it'll definitely be really helpful because there's so many areas that the barmaid can use to break distance from the hunter and get those Dublins off, really. Um, like I feel the shack ruins especially is really great for breaking line of sight and making that distance that you'll need to pull off a heal.
Mm-hmm. It really seems like they are anticipating the opera singer pick with the gardener pick. Maybe even a dream witch pick that they're anticipating. Maybe. Uh, it seems like a very strong team against her. Uh, and the ban of this year might suggest it. I don't want to call it too soon. We might get that axe boy,
Yeah, I
but
definitely think that this like team composition could be pretty helpful with Axboy as well.
Mhm,
Regardless of who brings tide, really, when you are dealing with a character that can have that double hit potential for that chair camping, things like the Gardener's recall bubble can really help, at least tank one hit to have a safer opportunity to rescue. And it looks like we're going to be taking First Officer off the table as our fourth and final ban. It does leave some pretty good room for um, another rescuer if they choose to opt for that and have Cord as a kiter or support.
especially uh, in this climate where Cord is such a strong kiter due to her little speed boost that she gets near windows and pallets now. Our fourth and final pick will be the mercenary, doing just as Mima suggested with having a secondary rescuer on the field.
Mhm. Yeah, and when you have characters like the barmaid in tow, it really helps out for slower healing, such as from the mercenaries end. I think the downside is that we do have like a little bit of slow decoding from both our mercenary and coordinator here, but considering the survivability of this team, I definitely think that won't be too much of a problem. And on a map like Sacred Heart, there's a lot of ciphers that are quite close to one another. That
Mm,
if you need to finish off someone's old cipher, have someone take over, it's a lot more easier to do.
hmm Yeah, a lot of the cipher areas are actually pretty condensed, even if the kiting areas are kind of spaced out a little bit more. A lot of long
Mhm.
transitions to get from one place to another. But it seems like the team they have built is pretty solid to handle those transitions pretty smoothly. With the coordinator's small speed boost that I mentioned, as well as her gun, the gardener's ability to use her shield, and the Dufresne, I think it's called,
Mhm.
the speed one, the speed
Yes.
drink from Demi, as well as mercenaries, multiple elbow pads.
It's like Dufresne, but they also started calling it Dublin Base.
Dublin base.
Mm-hmm. I think.
It's just a speed drink. It's a speed drink and a dream.
Exactly. You know what? Speaking of speed, another thing that I like about Gardener, especially on this map, is her Veterans Boost.
Oh yes.
When you take that hit, like, oh my gosh, it can take you so far, especially when you need to transition from one kiting area to another. It really works out pretty well. And depending on your build, if you've kind of set up an area with that pallets or like you're on your way to like a window vault, it's even more useful for like a broken windows gardener. Though of course she does have pretty fast vaulting speed regardless in terms of kiters, so I know some people like to opt for like flywheel or even tide.
A lot of people opt to bring flywheel on a lot of these characters. Actually, I've seen people running 12, 9 on coordinator. Beyond, I've seen a lot of people running 12 on barmaid. I've seen a lot of people running 12 on gardener. It's really up to these survivors to pick what they so please at this point.
And it looks like we did get our builds locked in before we have our hunter here. We're gonna have our mercenary bringing tide, of course, and everyone else is going to opt for broken windows as well as borrow time for all. Pretty good choices. We're not gonna go for that risky like no borrow time though.
And our opera singer pick is coming out. For this map, she is definitely strong, especially since she can make quick work of the whole ruins area. It's really going to be really interesting to see her come out so early, especially since we don't have a hunter ban yet. But we will be getting straight into the match very soon. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining us for Pip versus CH4. I'm Bugs and I'm joined by Nima, and we're really, really happy to have it all here. And I really hope that you enjoy our commentary as well as the matches in general. Once again, to remind everybody, we will be having the mercenary taking 3-6. The coordinator will be taking 3-9, as well as the barmaid and the gardener. So they're going for a more aggressive approach with their picks in terms of kiting ability, which is completely understandable. You want to have a very strong first half. It's really not out of the water to see something of that caliber, but it's going to be very interesting how they utilize the cord gun. Like I said, it's always really interesting, and to see how creative these survivors get with the use of the gun. The coordinator will be spawning in shack, as well as the gardener spawning in the ruins. The barmaid will be spawning in the middle, as well as the mercenary spawning towards the front gate, with the opera singer just a little bit of ways away from him.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spawn that the hunter has opted for, but it does give lots of room to catch up for any of the kiters if we aren't going to go for the mercenary first. Thanks a lot, Bugs, for taking over, and we are entering the first half of round 1 between our CH4 hunter and our Pip survivors. Good luck to both teams, and let's get on into the match.
The coordinator needs to be locked. We're going straight for the mercenary as well, which probably isn't going to be the first kite, but we could barb the presence off of him.
Yep, that, or we could get him to use up some elbow pads right here.
Or
and
even
some pallets too, yeah.
Transitioning into the hospital, which is a very deadly place for the survivors to be in. But it seems that we're dropping chase on mercenary and looking for the survivor here in the hospital, which happens to be the barmaid.
And we're not. Yeah, we're gonna utilize one of those Dublins. And we're gonna take the drop down over here. Luckily, basement is not here, and we're gonna take that window vault, utilizing that 3-9.
One thing about this opera singer is that she really can catch up as fast as possible.
Oh!
As well as the speed drink coming out, just barely missing a hit. Thankfully avoiding the pallet hit there. We will be seeing the barmaid being chased. Oh, getting another hit.
Yeah, unfortunately, there wasn't any more time to mix up another drink, but we are going back into the hospital, and we're not going to get the blink in! Oh my goodness. This is pretty big. We're going to opt to break the pallet and go around, and barmaid is going to utilize the broken windows once again, dropping this pallet over at the outer area of the birdcage. This is really extending her kite by a lot, and we're going to see some ciphers start to pop.
Unfortunately, she cannot avoid the opera singer forever, and she will be seeing the chair shortly. But the ciphers have already begun to pop. We're down to just 3 ciphers remaining. A lot of progress has been bought with this kite, even if we were only able to get 1 doll in all.
Agreed. So it looks like we do have the mercenary and the gardener moving in. I almost called her gardenator. Oh my god. But I did see Killer Boss break the chair over at Statue as well. So if we transition over there, it does it's a good area to utilize now that we've used up this area.
We'll be seeing
And
the
by more
mercenary
time.
easing out from the area, not taking another hit for the barmaid, especially in these early stages. You don't really want to take an extra hit if you don't need to. The gardener, it seems to be getting
We're
a
gonna
hit.
get a hit on the gardener right here. Are we gonna go for... Okay, so we are going to go back for our original target, which is the barmaid. Again, luckily enough, we don't have basement to work with here in the hospital, so we're gonna get chaired right outside. And coordinator has since then moved into... Oh no, mercenary has returned back to the old cipher, and we're gonna see gardener pop a recall bubble just in time to avoid getting a hit, and coordinator is gonna move in as well.
Oh, the coordinator taking us a little bit of a hit there. The opera singer doesn't have use of the backfield quite yet.
Oh, and we're going to
utilize just to get a little bit more distance from the barmaid here. She will be... Oh no, she's going to rotate to the double pallet area. Unfortunately, those pallets have already been used.
Yeah, at the beginning of the game. Oh, we're gonna go for some body blocks. Oh, and a successful body block off the coordinator here. It's going to allow barmaid to take the window vault over to the shack ruins. And we're going to see another blink to avoid the vault. And, ooh, great discipline on the barmaid's end for waiting just when to drop that pallet.
Yes, this will definitely buy a lot of time, especially since these pallets had never been used before. So the cipher
we're going to go for the pop.
With that amount of distance, it really isn't that bad of an idea to drop, or to pop the cipher, rather.
Yeah, that's right. And, oh, we are going to have barmaid go down right here. Unfortunately, she is going to be dead on chair, but the survivors have really spread themselves out. The only downside is that due to the utilization of Blink twice, even with Trump card, we aren't going to be able to use things like teleport quite yet. But like Bugs has highlighted before, it is really fast for... Oh my gosh, we're gonna get a 3-man escape for Pip. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We're gonna head over to the deduction scores here. So for Ling, we did get 9 pallets destroyed, 9 strikes, and 4 knockdowns.
That was really good discipline on the opera singer, but it seems that the survivors were just so organized in their body blocking, and also buying just so much time, with the gardener briefly taking the attention away from the barmaid. Of course, that meant that she couldn't really harass with her bubble. It was too dangerous to go and break the chair at that moment. But it really was a lot of good plays all around from both of them, and it's really sad that we won't be seeing the gardener from
Mhm.
Pip's side again. But it was extremely, uh, extremely. How do I put this?
I think that was really intense. That was
Yeah,
a really excellent kite from the barmaids, and uh, definitely, like we've mentioned here in the chat. Uh, I Another thing that I liked about the gardener is that uh, we
oh, the
knew when
split
to
second
use
moment.
the recall as well. That's right. To kind of show opera singer like to kind of back off really
Yeah,
and let me let me decode.
she really knew that the opera singer was going for her.
Yeah, it's definitely the big risk of decoding by the chairs or
Hmm.
decoding where someone has fallen. But it worked out in the end. And honestly, being able to transition from one area to another, especially after utilizing areas and their palettes, uh, really kept them like two steps ahead.
It was a really thick competition, especially since uh, it was like one blink and everybody was injured at that moment. It was
Hmm.
really thick competition that they displayed. But that gun was kind of a game changer, getting the barmaid as much distance as possible, as well as the coordinator coming in for
For the
a
body block.
secondary body block. Yeah.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It was really good timing to save that gun more towards the barmaid as
Hmm.
opposed to the coordinator herself. And that was not an easy body block to pull off, really.
That
Like you could see them kind of just like sandwiching each other like right up against the wall. It's always like a gamble, really. But that's
yeah.
the benefit of like taking that 50-50 chance. Like it's either one of you or the other, and when it pulls off, it really matters. It really allowed for the barmaid to take that vault. And also just like knowing when to vault as well to
Mhm.
utilize broken windows. Like we didn't see like over vaulting, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And there wasn't really like that risk of getting terror shocked off the vault because
She always vaulted
knowing that cooldown, yeah,
a
and
lot of it.
when you need to transition is really key when you want to keep distance for a character such as opera singer.
Hmm. It's all about distance with opera singer and uh, characters like her, like Naiad. Getting just even a little bit of distance on them
Mhm.
really spells a turn of the tide for a kite. Uh,
Agreed.
it
Now
really,
we are gonna be moving into the second half of round one here. We're gonna have the CH4 survivors now. And it looks like we're going to be taking Priestess and Antiquarian off the table first and foremost. Definitely really solid choices on bans. Taking Priestess out of commission just really allows for, or rather takes away the opportunities for some really strong support, especially in an area like the hospital itself.
mhm.
And being able to utilize other aspects of Priestess, such as the world portal.
Yeah, especially in the hospital where the the priestess can just make that her playground, the middle area.
Mm-hmm.
It's I know Mian personally loves putting down portals there for me to transition away and like
Mm-hmm.
get just insane amounts of distance. We also will have our first two picks coming in, the perfumer and the novelist. We will be seeing the boogie woogie utilized.
I'm excited. We saw some really fun novelist gameplay last week
Hmm.
in our fusion matchup. That was really fun.
Oh yeah, the opera singer match. Yeah.
Yeah, so he does pose like a bit of a threat, especially if you're patient with your palette mind games. And perfumer as well is also really helpful when it comes to taking hits. Of course, you do exchange that for presence, but on a map like Sacred Heart Hospital, getting to utilize those perfumes, taking those hits, and then rushing to transition will really help you in the long run. Now, we are going to take female dancer off the table as well, but instead, we're going to opt for the acrobat.
Pretty solid pick, especially like I said, it's all about distance with characters like Opera Singer and Naiad on the table. Even Dream Witch. It's really, really a blessing that Michael Morton has the little role that he can do. Uh, he really gets a lot of distance, especially if you can bomb at max range. It's could make or break a kite. And the novelist too can offer a lot of distance with his boogie woogie.
Yeah.
So especially when in these early stages, anything is on the table. We don't have a hunter band yet, so we could be seeing a mirror match of the opera singer.
Yeah, we definitely could. Um, I'm curious to see who we're going to ban last thing. I feel like, oh, so we're going to be taking cheerleader off the table as our fourth and final ban. I definitely think that she would make like a pretty good combo with some of these teammates. With perfumer specifically, being
Mhm.
able to reset that cooldown early on to ensure that we can have perfumer as at full health for as long as possible, could be really useful. So opting to take that away is a pretty solid decision, and especially with encouraging as well. We aren't going to see it in this match, but I'm looking forward to seeing some uh like encouragement and getting to utilize the excited when you can pick yourself back up after
Yeah,
enough cheers.
we haven't seen that yet, have we?
No, not yet, though. It makes sense. Like it's a
It
high
feels like
number to
someone
have to stack to, and it's really easy to get your encouragement interrupted, especially on Sacred Heart, I feel.
Mhm.
Because making too much distance between yourself and the kiter really makes it fast to cancel before you even know it. And then
Mhm.
there's like that 10-second cooldown. Another thing is if you change kind of like levels, like for example, if someone goes up the stairs and you're cheering for them, it cancels it immediately. And we
Mhm.
are going to have Mercenary as our fourth and final lock-in. Another thing that I did want to say, I feel like we have gotten close to those moments, but like, um, usually when a hunter sees that a survivor can pick themselves up, sometimes they just change targets. Sometimes
They
the
just go for the
cheerleader
lily
herself,
instead.
yeah, exactly.
She's
Like
in the
they
she's
just,
in the vicinity. Might as well.
yeah, they shift gears, which fair enough, but
We'll be seeing a team that is, in my opinion, could also counter the opera singer given the distance that you get from the elbow pads, the bombs, and also boogie woogie. It's definitely boogie woogie. It's
and I
very
love how you
it's,
call it that. I call it like the
yeah.
switcheroo, but boogie woogie is so fun.
It's because in Jujutsu Kaisen there's a character named Toto, and he
Hmm.
can clap his hands and he'll uh he'll switch places like that, exactly like that. So
I
we call it
love
the boogie
that.
woogie.
That's so
His
cute. Boogie
his
Woogie transcends media.
yeah.
We are going to get our persona lock-ins, and it looks like someone is not bringing borrowed time. Very fun. It's going to be the perfumer who's going to be bringing 612. Oh,
Yeah, definitely could be
oh
anybody.
my god. Sorry, I thought the hunter was locked in. Oopsie.
It definitely could be any hunter at this rate, but we're probably going to be banking on the opera singer. Uh, just because, like I said, you really want to get the opera singer in before she's banned.
Hmm.
Just because of how strong she is, she's really a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and responding to that point lead right here, we do have I believe it's 3-1 in Pip's favor right now because they were able to get a 3-man escape.
Mhm. It's really going to be a thick competition, especially since, like I said, this is a pretty beefy team. Like we have the mercenary that can with the delayed hits. We have the novelist, of course, with the boogie woogie, and
Hmm.
the perfumer with her perfumes. She can take up to upwards of 5. hits?
Mhm.
Maybe 6? I don't know. Oh, yeah,
I'm
5,
bringing up
5.
the math, the numbers. Why? Why, Bugs? Why? We've been
No.
over this. First the score, and now hits that we can take. But yeah, definitely she can take quite a number of hits. Same with the mercenary as well, if we consider the delayed damage.
Mm-hmm. Really is going to be a very interesting match. Hopefully they go for uh, a hunter that can really respond to that. And it seems like we're going to be going for the opera singer, which, like I said, is pretty strong even on this map. It really is just about how the survivors utilize their choices.
Yeah, absolutely.
She really is a force to be reckoned with in those tight areas where everybody likes to loop, especially with her a backflip ability.
That one has really shown itself to put a lot of pressure into survivors and their kiting, especially their looping. You find that opera singer can really pincer these survivors or get like those sneaky hits in just by switching back. Even if you drop those pallets early, it's really a force to be reckoned with.
Mm-hmm. Of course, a lot of opera singers do take the fast palette breaking because she does tend to get stuffed a little bit by the pallets, but once
Yeah.
they're out of the way, it's anyone's games when they're out of the way.
Oh yeah, for sure. We saw that in the last match. We saw a lot of pallet breaking too. But on a map like Sacred Heart Hospital with a lot of objects, there still leaves much to get stuck in. But of course, it goes both ways because I, for one, know very well what it's like to get stuck in between things on Sacred Heart Hospital. All right, we are going to be moving into the area selection shortly. We are going to be having a double tied team. Our mercenary as well as our perfumer are going to be opting for tide. And acrobat and novelist are going to be running our broken windows. Everyone else, of course, will be running borrowed time, with an exception to our perfumer bringing 12, the flywheel effect instead.
Gonna be seeing the mercenary spawn just a little bit a ways away from the hospital. The acrobat will be taking ruins, and the perfumer will be taking front gate. Nope, it seems that the mercenary is going to be spawning in the middle, and the novelist will be opting for the shack, with the opera singer spawning in the shack ruins.
Yeah, and honestly, this will be interesting because I feel like spawning in shack is definitely a way to kind of like corner yourself at first, but of course there is the shack to work with as well as the ruins nearby. I'm excited to see how this novelist is going to fare against this opera singer. Ooh, especially so close to the shack here. We're moving into the second half of round 1. Good luck to both teams with CH4 survivors up against Pips Hunter.
We will be seeing the pallet at shack being dropped. Also, I would like to note that they don't have the basement to work with here. The novelist is going to be transitioning, hopefully, to the hospital. Really trying to buy as much time as possible. Running into the open when the opera singer can't really dash. Taking a
We're
hit.
gonna get a hit here. Oh, see, he got stuck on the box. I
Yep.
felt that. Okay, but
Happens all the time.
yeah,
Happens all the time.
it was a good transition over to this ruin area because we utilized the knee jerk. Ooh,
Boogie
the
boogie.
boogie boogie. Yeah. All right, Blink is going to be online in less than 10 seconds here, but Novelist is gaining distance here. Oh, and we're getting closer to Boogie Woogie here, but we're gonna blink, and we are going to see Novelist go down before we get another one of those books in.
We have a good amount of progress on the ciphers as well. The
Oh.
mercenary will be spotted with Wanted Order, which could throw a wrench in the plans for the rescue. She knows that she can patrol out.
We do have perfumer as well with our tie too.
Mhm.
So maybe mercenary here is just like our little decoy.
Right. It
Which
does seem
appears to
that
be so because perfumer is able to get this rescue in. Oh, there's a bit of a trail mix-up here, so we aren't going to go pursue that trail. It looks like Opera Singer has yet to spot the novelist again. Good work on the perfumer and novelist for mixing up their trails a bit here. And perfumer is able to pop her cipher successfully, with novelist transitioning into the hospital here at the birdcage.
Dropping that
Wow.
dodge just to get a little bit more distance from Nautilus. It seems that we're making use of all of these pallets as much as we can. Again, we want to buy as much time as possible, especially since the Nautilus had gone down relatively quickly. But of course, it's up to these survivors to make use of what they can.
We're so close to another book here. And good on the novelist for transitioning. Oh! No, we're gonna get hit through the window here. But it was a good call to transition over to this area now that the acrobat is probably finished decoding the cipher here after spawning here. Yep, that's right. Now he is going to be the one with wanted order next.
It's a pretty good position to be in to get the eyes off the mercenary. He can be spotted either way, of course. Getting an early hit, possibly seeing a backflip back to the position. Yep.
That's right. Good call on
the
not
acrobat
taking
is
the roll.
coming in for us for a little bit of support as well, considering we are at one cipher. We do have the boogie woogie to work with.
Oh! And we're gonna get hit through the window, unfortunately. But depending on our cipher progress, I think there's room for a force heal or something like that. Or if we can break enough distance with the opera singer like we are right now, we... Oh, perfect. We're gonna see a pop just before the opera singer can make it in time. But we are going to have Blink online. Now, we're just going to have to see if we're gonna see the Blink utilized on this novelist, or if we're gonna opt to save it for our trump card here.
Really going back and forth here in
Oh, terror shock!
such a silly manner. Getting a terror shock.
We're gonna go for the switch and teleport for lots of pressure, but we are going to teleport to the wrong gate.
We'll be seeing another 3-man escape. Possibly. It seems like they're buying a little bit of time for the novelist try to heal up. The dungeon is relatively close, but no, it seems like he's going to be chaired. And
And being dead on chair, he will be getting sent back to the manor. What a good response match for our first half. And now for our second half, we are finishing with another 3-man, this time a 3-man escape. Or this time another 3-man escape.
Yeah, this is definitely, again, like I said, thick competition. That was a very good response from the survivors.
Yeah, now taking a look at this deduction score here, we had 8 pallets destroyed from the opera singer, 6 strikes, 1 terror shock, and 4 knockdowns. We saw a lot of decoding from our acrobat and perfumer, and 1 rescue from the perfumer and mercenary each.
It was really unfortunate that the boogie woogie had displaced the novelist in such a way that the mercenary and the acrobat were unable to body block for him. Of course, that is the blight of boogie woogie, as it's such a short reaction period that you don't really have time to react to it, and a lot of survivors don't typically react to it in time either. It is a very short animation, but it was very almost lucky that the cipher was able to pop when it did. The novelist had barely been on the ground for like half a second.
Oh yeah, that was close.
He hardly had touched the ground when it popped. It was very risky, but it worked off. It paid off in the end, especially since the blink didn't need to be utilized to down him. It was really just looping that one little pallet back and forth until unfortunately he was terror shocked.
Yeah, that was a good call and really formidable kite. We saw 125 all around, and it was really great teamwork. I feel like having acrobat move in just in case, and having a perfumer go in for that rescue, as opposed to the mercenary with wanted order and getting
Mhm.
to use them as more of a decoy. Uh, we saw some support as well, kind of mixing up our trails after the backdoor rescue and kind of dropping that pallet in the birdcage as well. That bought like so much time for the novelist to transition into the Shack Ruins area and utilize that area. Not just for the last two ciphers, but the end game as well.
It's been uh pretty almost like performance wise, it has been almost neck and neck with how well these survivors and these hunters are playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think um we can really appreciate that we're moving past round one with like a tie for
Hmm.
both teams as well. It's going to make round two all the more intense for whoever can bring home the point lead if possible. We've seen a lot of teams in this tournament be really neck and neck and tie consistently in these rounds. And that just goes to show the skill of all the players on board, as well as just like how close these matchups are with one another. Um, yeah, I really appreciate that.
Yep.
And we are going to be moving into the ban and pick soon enough. We're going to get the map choices settled, and we are going to be taking off some more characters due to the global bans. I'm really eager to see some different characters, especially ones we haven't seen yet. I'm definitely anticipating some more harasser choices because I feel like I speak for both teams, but um, their teamwork has been like really formidable. They're doing a really great job with supporting one another, and I feel that having these harasser picks can really up the ante as well as the uh, capability for their support.
They have really good communication, it seems. Just the mercenary kind of taking advantage of the fact that he had wanted order on him, so the perfumer could rescue the acrobat coming in for the additional support. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it happen, but just the presence of him being there added a little extra layer to it. And then the coordinator from the previous match, uh, body blocking and also supporting with a gun. It was really a testament to how well organized these teams are and how uh, much trust they have in each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, don't worry about that.
No worries at all. All right. Again, I'm gonna manifest like a bigger map. Sacred Heart is not that big. I feel like when you have like the 3x3 grid, you don't count. I mean, Ever Sleeping, maybe I'll give you like a pass because you have such a huge graveyard area. Well, yeah, it could
I
definitely be
want to
one of
see
the bigger ones.
Chinatown.
Yeah, I'm missing Chinatown. I feel like I saw a little bit of it last week, but not enough this one. Leo's memory. I consider Leo's memory a big map, even though it's also like a 3x3 grid. I consider it big because it has 5 dungeon spawns. One,
Yeah,
two, three, 4, 5. Okay, I had to count just to be sure.
I consider
Sure,
it
that
pretty
wasn't.
big. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I know it's like a 1-to-1 of Arms Factory, but it's still pretty large, especially since a lot of the kiting areas are kind of like pretty big transitions away. Uh, I know that
Agreed.
you don't count Secret Heart as a big map. I do personally, just
Mm-hmm.
because uh, of how well it is pretty condensed. So I guess it wouldn't really be a big map, but um, like the kiting areas that are good are all close together.
Yeah.
Even if the transitions are pretty long. But we will unfortunately be seeing a smaller map come into play.
I see. I see. I mean, with this choice, I do feel like um it does give room for more uh, teamwork potential. I think that's the best part about smaller maps. Um, it's harder to really, it's harder to get like saves past half. It's easier to take over ciphers, and it's easier to come running to the rescue. I feel like it's a little harder on bigger maps depending on the distance. But yeah, as Bugs has mentioned, we are going to go into like a more smaller map. We're gonna go with Red Church. I believe that the map band was going to be Arms Factory.
hmm Seems that the band, yeah, it is Arms Factory, and we will be picking Red Church.
We're gonna have the Pip Hunter up again, and CH4 up again as our survivors here. Of course, we are going to be saying goodbye to the Perfumer and the Novelist due to them being our first lock-ins and thus our global bans. But considering that they're more unique first lock-ins, I can definitely anticipate something in the same vein for our next lock-ins as opposed to something more standard, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not too late for
Not too late for Norton.
no,
Not too late for Fool's Gold. There's two of them
never.
after all. He's
Like
never
it's like
fully
never
off.
say never, but also like never say Norden because I feel like when I manifest it, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. It's like a Beetlejuice. It's like the opposite of Beetlejuice. The more we say his name, he'll go away.
Exactly.
Uh, it's such a, like I said, this is a little bit of a flat map too. So it really can be utilized in such a way that a lot of hunters can make this their playground. Our first two bands will be coming in. We have the Priestess as well as the Dancer being banned. Mima, could you give us a little bit of insight on how the church works with the dancer boxes? Does that inclination
Oh,
count or?
um, not so much. I feel like when it comes to female dancer support and music boxes in the church, we usually opt for putting them inside the pallets because it definitely forces more time for the hunter to break them if you drop those pallets down. And in combination with the priestess portals, it can make for some really brutal transitions. If we throw down that pallet after putting down a music box, for example, it leaves room for a transitional portal if you go through the pews. And of course, in tighter areas where there's not really a lot to work with, like the right corner, I want to say, the one opposite to the window, we do see some priestess portals happen over there as well. And another strong one that I like to do when I play Dancer on Church specifically is the pews in between with a pallet and the it's on the basement side, but if you put a fast box there and then close the pallet, it makes for a good transition if you want to like vault that and go out the door, or if you want to take the fast box and go run towards the window and make even more distance. And it doubles as a decoding boost for the cipher if it happens to be in center. So taking her off the table along with Priestess is a really solid choice because if they were to be locked in or let in the same team together, that could make for such a pain on the hunter's end.
Yep. It's definitely really interesting to get the insight from somebody who has played with both of those characters on the team before. We also will have our hunter band coming in with the opera singer being taken off the field. Sorry, my southern accent came out for a second there.
No worries. We love you and your many voices, Bugs. But we are going to be getting our second or our two survivor lock-ins. We're going to be having the gardener and entomologist.
Does this mean that there will be global bands for the?
For round 3.
All right. Again, it's really sad to see Emma go, especially when she's finally getting her chance in the spotlight. But hopefully, she'll be utilized to her fullest extent in this match.
Absolutely. I definitely think that this is another strong map for her as well. There are just some really great areas where you can do some chair harassment, really. I definitely think that if you stay on top of dismantling, if we're gonna go for that strategy, it does force the hunter to go farther and farther, and it can make for some struggle potential as well. Even with the entomologist in tow, like you can push back the hunter as well. That would make for some really brutal but like underrated harassment utilization from these survivors. Another thing that you could do is like break the chairs outside of the church, for example, or the shack. But I think when it comes to that, you want to be like a little careful because usually if the hunter downs a survivor nearby and they see that the chair isn't broken, they're just gonna go for the basement if it happens to be there. But we are going to move into our next bands. I'm sorry, Bugs, but we're going to have to say goodbye to the acrobat for now.
I'm fine with that.
I've had enough of him. Just
Okay.
kidding.
I'm fine with that. He's like the less favored son of mine.
Wow, live on stream? You're gonna say that?
Yep.
But at least we at least we have our seer pick in tow. Another really solid choice. I think that that makes for some really good protection potential. You have the gardener's recall bubble, and of course you have the seer's owl as well. This one definitely with more versatility because you not only have to use it for yourself, but you can use it for your teammates as well. I definitely think that if they don't even decide to have a rescuer with this sort of like protection consideration, you don't necessarily have to bring a rescuer if you want to play more like aggressively. And like even if you do end up having characters that are, for example, like double hit hunters, being able to have the owl or that recall bubble really helps out if you don't want to get stuffed for your rescue.
Right. Our final ban will be coming in with the Ganji ban, unfortunately. But when when you have such a strong team composition like this already, you kind of want to have a harasser off the table, especially since we're allowing the gardener to play around here. She also can give some really good assistance to the Ganji. Of course, if she breaks the chair that the hunter is going to be going for, and the hunter puts the survivor down, Ganji can come through and probably knock them out of the balloons up to several times, uh, because he can just pick up his balls again and make good use of them, as well as the um, the entomologist offering her bees to push them as well.
Absolutely, that pushback potential could have been brutal. So I definitely understand the batter ban as well. It does leave room for,
继续.
yeah, definitely, especially because we haven't locked in antiquarian first thing. It gives room for her to get utilized without being global banned, for example. But it looks like we're going to get the wildling as our fourth and final pick for this team composition. Speaking of pushback potential, getting pushed back by a wildling is pretty brutal. Even if the rescue somehow doesn't go through, I really wonder the logistics behind the collision sometimes in regards to the wildling's dash with the boar. But even when it comes to just like kiting or after you've gotten someone off the chair, that can really help out. And it does kind of add on to the struggle potential of this team if anyone is in the balloons.
Yeah, especially with the gardener on the playing field. Like I said, that's just extra time needed to bring them over to the chair. That's
Yeah.
going to be really, really uh, difficult to work around as the hunter. So I'm anticipating a double hit hunter personally. Now that opportunity is off the table, uh, but it could also be just a classic M1 hunter as well.
For sure, for sure. Considering that we've seen quite a lot of single hit hunters, I'd say, double hit hunters or even chip hit hunters would make for a really fun counter move for Pip's End here. Characters like the Seer and Gardener are definitely countered by chip hit hunters with their owl and the recall bubble being able to tank just the chips, like get um taken out of the question by chip damage. It's definitely an option as well.
What I'm anticipating, what had just popped into my head at that moment,
Mhm.
was we could be seeing an on, perhaps, and on,
Mhm.
or maybe even the fabled bonbon coming out.
Oh my goodness.
As we were complaining, the accessory makes them so incredibly hard to see. But the uh, the the capability of getting rid of the owl as well as the bubble, I do think the bees get damaged from the bombs as well.
Mhm.
And if you put a bomb down and have the wildling dash into you, the dash will be canceled if the bomb goes off at just the right amount of time. And that could really be a good response to this team. Now, I don't know what kind of hunters Pip plays typically, but we might also
Mhm.
see the Axe Boy coming out.
Yeah, that would definitely be fun. Um, it looks like we're going to be seeing the clerk. This is
That's
going to be an
it.
interesting match. I definitely think it's going to be a long one, considering the capabilities of these survivors. But we've seen Clerk gameplay before in this tournament alone. There's a lot that you can do, and there's a lot of ways for you to be able to pincer these survivors and really keep them on their toes. Um, I'm hoping that these survivors continue their excellent teamwork with one another and ensure that they don't allow opportunities for this clerk to utilize these recordings against them, especially like against their own teammates.
Mm-hmm. Especially in the the case of having the owl as well as the gardener bubble, the clerk is a chip hit hunter, despite not really seeing the chip hits coming in very often. She is a chip hit hunter, and she can get rid of both of those things quite easily. So it's going to be very interesting to see that utilized.
Hmm.
I'm definitely going to be looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Uh,
My favorite thing is when clerks get like cheeky with like the little hit recordings and
mhm.
kind of like surprise you with it. Oh my gosh. I feel like I've talked about this before, but I got like terror shocked off a cipher because a clerk used like the hit recording on me, but I was up against like two walls that I couldn't see her at all. It was so funny. But I've seen clerks use it for chair rescues as well.
Mhm.
Sometimes it can work in the survivor's favor, however, because especially for gardener, I've had this happen to me where a clerk will hit the rescuer but also put down like the recording hit, and I will get hit out of the chair. But because gardener has the veterans boost, you get a boost right as you get out of the chair. So if the clerk opts to do this sort of maneuver, they'll have to be um, tricky with it.
It seems that we have our personas coming in as well. We have the uh, Wildling running standard 36. The entomologist is going to be option take 39. The Emma is going to be running 12-9, as well as the Seer running 3-9. Sorry, these numbers are very hard for me to remember.
No worries, you're doing amazing, Bugs. Oh, I can feel the lag already. All right, we are moving into our area selection. We're gonna go with my favorite toll formation. Oh, yeah, it's still kind of tall. Yeah, there we go. With, um, we're gonna have entomologists in the middle. Usually you see the, rescuer in the middle, but, it's nice to be able to have the wildling out there. Uh, if we do opt for like that backgate spawn. But it looks like we're gonna opt to complete the formation as a plus, and we are going to have pretty much any option on this side. We have the Seer, Entomologist, or the Wildling.
Seems like they're really banking on the Entomologist getting first kite here, which is completely viable considering the Clerk can't really do anything against the Entomologist's bees. Of course, she can chip hit them and get them a little bit damaged, but other than that, she kind of has to work around the distance that the Entomologist makes. And with that broken windows as well, it's definitely going to be a difficult catch.
All right, we are moving into the first half of round 2 with our Pip Hunter up against our CH4 survivors. Good luck to both teams. I'm Mima, and I'm joined with Bugs.
I'm not Bones.
I almost slipped up. You guys have B names. But in fairness, me and Mian have M names.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to opt for that Gardener who has transitioned over to the back gate here. We're in the back gate ruins.
Yes, we will be seeing the palette being recorded there, possibly going to be used against her as well. Really respecting the Entomologist and the distance she had gotten from the window there, just switching to the Gardener. Blink will be online probably by the time I finish saying this. And we will be seeing the Gardener get a palette dropped on her by her own purple self.
Yeah, that's Black Track Betrayal. We are going to see the Bugs over at the window here, but watch out. Oh, we're gonna see a flywheel, but it's a little too early, and Gardener is going to get down.
A beautiful utilization of the pallet breaking, as well as the Gardener unfortunately falling just a little bit short of the pallet, just unable to vault it in time. The Cyphers do have a good amount of progress on them, but it's not quite enough considering this is a Clerk and she does have a lot of Cypher pressure. We'll be seeing the Wildling coming in for a rescue. The bees also are here to aid in the rescue just a little bit.
Oh, but we're still gonna have that hit through the Wildling. Excellent usage of the bees to push back the Clerk here. We're gonna chase after her a little bit as the Clerk is gonna catch up to the Gardener here. Now we still have Blink to work with, but we're not going to see it get used quite yet because we're gonna see Gardener get the hit. Oh, and we've seen this chair just get repaired. Earlier, Gardener had dismantled it, and she has opted to go down in the corner here. Oh, what? This is what I mean about collision. Like, I feel like that was a pretty clear-cut area to be stunned, but great assistance from the Entomologist here with the bees. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to free the Gardener here, and she is going to go on second chair.
Really seeing almost the entire US Navy come out to try and help this Gardener.
Yeah, on the bright side, she does have a slower chair time. In addition to when you dismantle the chairs, it makes it a little bit slower. But the Wildling is still in the area here, and it looks like we're gonna get the owl.
Just barely getting the Gardener with the chair time. And unfortunately, we will not be seeing her a successful body block on her. The Wildling is going to come back for another assistance. The Cyphers have only been made a dent in. And
we're at accelerated now, so we're really behind on the Cypher decoding progress. Now Wildling has been kicked off the board, putting it on cooldown and unable to rescue Gardener, so she will be getting sent back to the manor right here. Really great on this Clerk's part. We're gonna move out of the back gate area and abandon that Cypher, but we're gonna opt for a healing party between the Wildling and the Seer. Oh, but unfortunately, due to Clerk catching up, we're going to have to abandon that healing attempt, and Clerk is going to go and commit to this Wildling. Excellent usage of the vaulting. Oh, and we're gonna see a Terror Shock. That slow vault really really put Wildling in a tough situation here. in addition to being delayed by the window vault recording. And now we're going to be shared right outside the entomologist cipher.
Yeah, this is really a testament to how strong the clerk is with her ability to stuff these cipher progress. We will be seeing the entomologist coming in for a little bit of an early rescue. The wildling will get on his board as she does not have ties, so he needs to buy as much time as possible to work with these ciphers.
And unfortunately, entomologist did utilize the bees earlier on into the match, and we're gonna see a beautiful blink to close in that distance between the wildling and clerk. Really great patience on the clerk over here for avoiding that pallet stun.
I really commend her for being able to. Oh, nice terror shock.
Another terror shock. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation when you're squaring off with the hunter in this area specifically. It's such a short pallet, such a short wall that the most you can do is really play the waiting game once you've dropped that pallet.
It's really almost better to just leave the pallet up. I do want to commend the clerk for being able to look at the ciphers and put the recording on the ciphers mid-chase. Really the ability of this hunter. Really seeing the seer coming in for a rescue, getting it off, as well as the wildling coming in for another kite. Unfortunately, he will be getting sent back to the manor shortly. We have 2 ciphers remaining, as well as 2 survivors remaining.
Yeah, and the brutal cipher pressure that this clerk is putting on these survivors after the already slower decoding progress is really hindering them from being able to get these last 2 down. And unfortunately, due to going in for the rescues, we do put both survivors at half health. Entomologist has since then been able to pick up a decoy from a chest. And it does look like we're going to commit to the seer over here in the shack area. And we're gonna double check the cipher as we commit to the seer and get a recording window vault in.
Yeah, in this situation, you really want to try and work for at least getting the hatch escape. As the clerk just keeps looking back at those ciphers, the entomologist has a euphoria as well, probably looking for a syringe to heal up with. But this is looking really grim for these survivors, which is very unfortunate. But it's the name of the game at this point.
Yeah, it's excellent usage of the recording to break that pallet over here. Now we are going to see a switch to teleport, and entomologist is not going to have much time to breathe after transitioning away from this back area ruins. We're going to move over to the graveyard area, but Gardener did utilize this area earlier in terms of pallets. Ooh, really good patience on this clerk. We did see a decoy in play, and we refrained from a hit until we got kind of like a clear view of the trail, I feel. But Seer has since then picked himself up, and we're going to go continue pursue the Seer here.
Yeah, especially in this situation where you only have 2 survivors and you're both injured. You really can't push for ciphers, especially since the 2 ciphers are...
Oh, unfortunately, no. Seer was caught at the pallet just a little bit. Yeah.
Again,
I'm not gonna make the comment that
Oh, I know what you mean.
But sorry, it's between me, Bugs, and Eli Clark. But we are able to see Seer get downed once again. Entomologist has since then picked herself back up, but with the clerk spectating on that cipher, as well as only a few seconds left to teleport, there isn't much time left before the entomologist is met again with the clerk.
Yeah, especially in this area where the pallets are completely used. Oh, never mind. I've been proven wrong.
No, unfortunately, Gardener did utilize this area earlier as well, and we aren't quite going to get sight of her just yet.
Missing her just barely due to the camera turn.
Yeah, at this point, it's if we continue with this, if Seer is able to bleed out, Entomologist can push for a dungeon escape. But definitely doing a good job of baiting the tinnitus here. Oh my goodness, and we're gonna check the locker over in this alleyway. We still have tinnitus this far, but we're gonna lose it and double back.
This is very reminiscent of that perfumer match where the perfumer was hiding while the mercenary was slowly bleeding out. Hiding right under the hunter's nose. I believe that was Mushin that was the hunter.
Oh yes.
It's very reminiscent of that. Seer is at halfway to expiring at this point, and we still have not yet found the entomologist.
Yeah, we haven't had crows triggered either, which is another plus. But we are getting closer. Maybe if we check the locker here. No! Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness, this is big! Oh, that was really close for Miss Melly over here, who had turned her head over, but Clerk had angled her camera away just in time to miss her. Oh my goodness.
I wonder that she didn't see her with the additional debuff of the entomologist being visible to the hunter once she's seen as well. This is really amazing hiding skills. It's just a matter of her getting over to the graveyard to get to the dungeon after this.
That's gonna be the biggest problem, because once Seer expires, it's gonna be like you're gonna have this Clerk out and about ready to kind of intercept you. Oh, and we are gonna see her pick herself up. Are we gonna? We're not gonna see her in the distance quite yet again. So we're gonna go back over into this alleyway. Oh my goodness, Melly, make a run for it. You have to make that distance back now.
The little Melly that could.
Right? Oh, and we are gonna lose tinnitus here now. Now, oh my goodness, this is huge. But the downside is that Clerk is aware of where the dungeon location is. We saw Wildling get chaired right beside the dungeon location. But we have one Euphoria and a Dream, okay? And we are gonna get crows!
Oh no, she spent too much time out of the hunter's range. Unfortunately, has been spotted just at the
Yes, but Seer's this.
Oh,
Next,
you might actually be good.
Here, run, Euphoria and a Dream. We're gonna see a dungeon. Oh my goodness!
Beautiful gameplay from the melee there.
I hope my mic didn't peak, because I was so excited about that. Oh my goodness, incredible.
What a monumental
incredible
match.
discipline on both of this entomologist and Clerk here. Really great match. We are going to see the deduction score here. The Clerk was able to finish off with 2 remaining ciphers and 4 pallets destroyed, 18 strikes, 2 chair shocks, and 9 knockdowns.
What an unbelievable clutch from the entomologist there.
And our Gardener was our first chase with 65 seconds of containment, followed by our Wildling with 135, with a support as well, and our Seer with 79, and Entomologist with 70, plus our hide and seek waiting game and clutch dungeon escape. We did see 2 rescues from the Wildling for that Gardener, and Seer and Entomologist both rescued Wildling one time. Really great stuff. Oh my goodness. What an intense match to watch. I have never been so excited to see a form of hide and seek.
Oh, and unfortunately, it is curtains for me for now. We will have Mian tapping in to take my place. But thank you all for having me, and thank you, Mima, for commentating with me, as well as thank you to the organizers again for organizing this tournament. And good luck to the remaining teams. I really hope that we can see more moments like that. That was really exhilarating. Like, my hands are shaking for them. It really was. It's one for the highlight reel, definitely. But I will be taking my leave. Thank you all, and goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks a lot, Bugs. And of course, you can find him at Bugs Bite. That is Bugs double G and Bite with a Y on Twitch.
It's actually Bugs B Bite on Twitch.
Really? Okay, sorry, I'm a fake fan, but it's Bugs B Bite. Got
Cuties.
it? Jot that down
Yep,
right now.
jot that down. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye. All right, welcome in, Mian.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me. What an exciting match to come back into.
Agreed. I'm so glad. I was so happy to see you in the chat as well. Like, I really wanted you to see that as well. Like,
Oh my
that was
god.
so unbelievably clutch.
No.
I see everyone agreeing as well. What a way to like build up the hype with
No.
this intensity.
Seriously. I definitely agree. Oh, it was a really exciting match to come back and to jump right in after. You know, cleric gameplay is something that is super, super long and heavy, so really the entomologist really playing that waiting game there. It was really exciting.
Absolutely. And it was especially important because uh eliminating the possibility of getting like the 5 point lead now that they're
Mhm.
tied or that they were tied was really big. And
No, for sure.
it just really puts even more pressure for the next round. And it just goes to show like it's a testament of their will as well as their skill. Uh I for sure thought that we are gonna like see Melly get down, for example. Like if it like that euphoria like really came in clutch. Like the mind game over at the palette there. Oh, like
You know, the clerk has such a really strong charged attack. So
mhm.
the entomologist just being able to time the perfume just perfectly to bring her back to the side corner, and the palette also being down there was just such a huge aid for that dungeon escape.
Mhm.
It does look
Yeah.
like we are getting our first bands in for this next round. We're gonna be seeing an antiquarian band and an explorer band. I'm, really foreseeing with how the hiding game went just now. you
Yeah,
know.
I take Explore out too. But I mean, showing that you can do it with a not Explorer character um, helps out too. I do believe we are taking Gardener and Coordinator off the table for our PIP survivors just because they were our first lock ins. Uh,
You
but
know, really great global bands here at the moment.
mhm,
Uh, I mean, you and I have had this conversation time and time again, just about how versatile the perfumer and the coordinator have been, especially as of recent.
mhm,
Do always really appreciate seeing really great perfumer gameplay, but I mean we were just watching, like, getting a euphoria no matter what character what survivor you're playing, using it in heavy moments can really really save your game. Slowly getting our survivor picks in. um I'm very excited to see just what Pip and CH4 brings to the table. um in terms of gameplay and mechanics here. Looks like our first survivor lock-ins are going to be the Seer and the Perfuma. What a fantastic duo together. When you really think about the compatibility of these two, when you don't have a cheerleader on the team, the extra support coming from the Seer onto the Perfumer, especially if she is the one kiting during that cooldown period for her euphoria, is such a really great boost. And we are going to be seeing a hermit ban here. On a map like Red Church, eh, with how small the map size is, it's very interesting to see a band like this, but it does look like we're kind of trying to build around a composition here, not too afraid of that opera singer, which even at this moment, you have two survivors who are really strong against a hunter that is just as fast. Hermit Band here in the situation, you can never go wrong with.
mhm.
Definitely, really do not disagree here.
Yeah. Even when you have that teamwork and coordination, if you are able to allow a hunter like Hermit to really like damage the entire team, it can really hurt you in the long run. And we are going to be taking cheerleader off the table as well, which would be another that would have made a really good choice with picks like Sierra and Perfumer. They make really good partners, but when you have Lily in the mix, they make for a really good trio, especially with their cooldowns. If you don't use the Inspire on the Perfume, you could definitely use it for the Owl, because that Owl cooldown is quite long as well. And we're going to have some Hullabaloo picks as well with the Acrobat and Wildling.
You know, another composition that you could just never go wrong with here. When you're going for long living, like longevity in a kiting situation, especially if you have your wildling as your first kite, you definitely want to focus more so on using your board to your advantage, and you just getting trapped in a chase with a wildling can be very detrimental to how the round goes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm curious to see what builds we're going to be bringing once again. I feel like when you have that, I guess Wildling doesn't necessarily count as like a designated rescuer,
Not
but
anymore.
yeah, um, I will consider him as the rescuer for this team composition at least. It gives a lot of leeway for everyone else's builds.
Perfect. And just as predicted, we are going to be seeing an opera singer. I did bring up the fact that with a hermit ban, it leaves the opera singer right on the table here
Mm-hmm.
for CH4 to put into the playing field. Not very surprised by this choice. I mean, she's such a safe choice, especially when she's not banned here. A really great strong hunter. She's fast. She has a heavy hit, and she can get from A to B in just a matter of seconds.
Absolutely. And on a map like Red Church, you can really make up distance very fast. And once you've taken down those pallets out of the equation, you're really good to go, honestly. So they'll definitely have to be wary of how they're going to be utilizing these pallets. We've seen that happen even just in the previous round, where you'll see a lot of pallets just out of commission and having to transition from one area to another.
Hmm. You know, you have a lot of survivors here on this on the table that can really counter the speed of this opera singer. You mean you have the wildling, and you also have the perfumer who can really tank those hits off of the opera singer here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be moving into our area selection shortly now. Um, we're gonna go for a little interesting formation here. It does put 3 survivors right up against the opera singer here, and they're not easy picks by any means to chase. Um, even with Seer over in the church area. Another really great one to utilize. And if we're throwing down these pallets, it does make for good transitions. But again, we have to be wary of what we're going to utilize early on, now that we're moving into the second half of round 2. My name is Mima, and I am joined with Mian, and we are going up against the CH4 Hunter, and it's the Pip survivors going up against them. Good luck to both teams.
Right. Looks like we are immediately moving right in, going for that chase here on this acrobat. You know, with a chasing the acrobat here can be very detrimental with a lot of the tight spaces here. Beautiful jump back
Really,
coming from
yeah.
this opera singer with a beautiful swing on that acrobat.
I think they're doing a really great job with one another. I really liked the utilization of the bomb, not once but twice over at the window here, because it
Cutting
really
the
forces,
acrobat off right there.
yeah, it forces the opera singer to kind of like take it or move around. And it looks like opera singer is gonna take it, but we're gonna make that distance really close by. We have one more bomb to utilize, but Blink is gonna be online in roughly 10 seconds. Looks like we aren't gonna need it because Acrobat is gonna go down at the back gate corner here.
You know, when you're preparing to really set up that bomb to throw it and do your jump, especially as an acrobat, you have to be really careful with the hunter that you're playing with here. And unfortunately, Opera Singer is just one of those hunters that when you're really trying to prepare yourself, she catches up just so fast.
Mm-hmm. And it does look like we have Perfumer's Trail in view here. She'll have to watch out here, but of course we still have some perfumes to work with. We're gonna use one right now. And it's gonna go on cooldown. But we are gonna get this rescue in, and it looks like our Perfumer was bringing Tide.
Perfumer is running Tide here, which, I mean, you could never go wrong here. It does also look like our Wildling also is running Tide, and the others have 39. Looks like we're really trying for a team composition that heavily relies on kiting here.
Right, and Acrobat is going to go down in the corner once again. It does buy some time as it is a little bit distant from everything else in the map. And it looks like Wildling is on the board moving in for this next rescue. Good call since we were decoding so far away. But the Perfumer is going to be our next target here. We really have to watch out because we're at half health right beside the basement. But Opera Singer is going to just do a little switcheroo back and waste that perfume. We have one more to utilize, but of course we're still at half health.
We're really trying to waste as much time here as possible.
Oh,
beautiful
chair hit
on the chair. You know, really great coverage coming off of this Wildling, but unfortunately the body block just does not go through. The acrobat throwing down the pallet here is going to be very detrimental to whether or not he can struggle out of balloons, throwing himself right back into that back corner.
Oh, and Opera Singer is going to double check back in this corner where Acrobat has fallen, but it looks like we aren't quite going to... Oh, okay, so we're going to catch him over here. And unfortunately, we are going to see Acrobat get sent back to the manor here.
Are immediately going right off the changing targets, but we are going to be seeing a heal come off on this Perfumer or the Wildling. Getting
not quite, and we are...
Beautiful blink.
Wildling is going to go down here with Perfumer not too far off. We're going to opt to chair him right outside this pallet area here. And Perfumer is...
know that the Perfumer's in the area here.
Oh, and Perfumer is going to utilize the last of Perfume, but go down. It really does force the Seer to come over. And at this point, with this distance and how long Wildling has been on the chair, it does look like we're going to see him push past half here.
You know, with a survivor like the Perfumer being on the floor still, you're kind of put in a position of being able to have a little bit of leniency and just to let her go. I mean, she does have that 30% debuff when it comes to healing, which means she is, unfortunately, unless carrying sticker, going to be on the floor for just a bit longer than usual.
We did see her pick herself back up right here, but we are going to utilize the owl so as not to risk the Terror Shock. We're really going to wait things out as much as possible, but Wildling is able to get on the board in time.
Seeing the Wildling try and get away here, it was really, really interesting mind game coming off of that Seer here, really trying to take that body block. Unfortunately, we are going to be seeing the Wildling go down, and the rescue was after half, which means the Wildling will be sent back to the manor here.
They're going to push for this last cipher over at the Shack Breakables for as long as they can. Perfumer is gonna run for her life as the exit gate, or the last cipher, has now been decoded. It looks like she wasn't bringing borrowed time.
You know, I am a big fan of Six-Time Perfumer, but when you're in a situation like this where you are the last person standing next to your partner and you're really going for keeping yourself alive, you have to be very, very careful just how fast or how well you can execute a quake.
We're gonna see a Terror Shock over here. Yeah, really unfortunate. And we did see a trump card switch to teleport, so we are gonna teleport over to the wedding gate where Sia was decoding. Oh, and we're gonna see Sia get hit through. And we're going to take the 4-man elimination from Pip. Excellent work from the CH4 Hunter lane here. Congrats.
You know, we had a lot of really great plays coming off of both the survivors and the hunter here. I mean, we really saw this opera singer utilize just how fast and strong she is.
And taking a look at the deduction scores here, it looks like from the opera singer we had 3 pallets destroyed, 0 ciphers remaining, 15 strikes, 1 terror shock, and 8 knockdowns.
You know, for even being able to get all 5 ciphers done, we had a lot of balanced containment time here coming off of these survivors. Not as much when it comes to decoding progress, but when you are unfortunately in the position of trying to keep the hunter at bay when you have your teammates on the chair, a lot of the decoding does get put off onto your other teammates here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Oh my gosh, what a way to end off the second round as well. That was some really intense gameplay and a really good response to the first half as well. I think they're able to put themselves in the lead here a little bit, getting 5 points for a 4-man elimination on for CH4.
So we are tallying up our points at the moment, but I mean, we had a lot of really great matchups at this current moment. I know we're slowly moving into the next phase here, but you know, being able to watch both the clerk gameplay and then also just how strong this opera singer is here, it really feels like we're really evenly matched here when it comes to this playing field.
Agreed. And considering we're moving into round 3, I think they're really gonna pull out all the stops to really give each other a run for their money.
Um, you know, when we're moving into our band picks and selections here, you know, I'm anticipating that we're going to be seeing both the opera singer and the clerk off the table here. We really do not want to mess with that. Moving into this phase, I would really anticipate either seeing a double hit hunter or a chip hunter, like the sculptor or axe boy here.
I would love to see some double hit hunters for sure. Especially ones that we haven't seen in this tournament so far. There's still room for chip hunters as well. Putting my message out to the world. I'm manifesting that as well.
I'd love to see good sculptor gameplay, Miss Galatea, if you're out there.
I do miss the reign of Sculptor, I won't lie.
I do too.
More so watching her. Like I still see Sculptor here and there when I go into rank. Bon as well, but it's definitely gameplay that's fun to watch.
I was gonna say, that is the unfortunate thing of being mid-tier. I don't see any of these hunters. I get stuck with the very average Antonios and nightmares. But you know, sculptor gameplay, you can never get bored of that. I really missed last year's Call of the Abyss, where she was really at her strongest with Guard 26 and everything. You know, being able to have such great map control, but also being able to keep up with a great chase, you know, always been very exciting to watch.
I remember. I remember back in the day. I sound so old. Like I'm definitely not like a veteran by any means, right? Oh, but my bones are cracking. I remember when their camps were so strong and Galatea had her graveyard to work with and you had to like you would ban either one or the other. Like there was
Oh
a
my gosh,
time
yeah.
where I would ban Sculptor and then like when Bonbon still had the camp, it was a Bonbon ban for sure. That
Mhm.
or you just went up against Bonbon and you would just sell everyone.
Real.
If you tied, you tied. If you had to take dungeon, then so be it.
It's literally at that point me against everyone else.
Right?
But there's a lot of hunters that I really do miss like their peak for. Um, Naiad really fell from her own throne as well. You used to see her almost everywhere, and now she's kind of unfortunately in that limbo area. She's a really great tie hunter as well as both the Bloody Queen and the Geisha, but unfortunately you just don't see her as often.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen a little in this tournament here, at least.
Yeah.
Were you
Yeah.
able to catch wind of the uh Mary game in our previous bracket early today? If you haven't, and for anybody who wasn't able to catch that, we did see a little bit of Mary gameplay from our Pixis Hunter earlier.
True. Priestess has a really great Mary on their team. You know, unfortunately, this tiger cannot read, and I had my schedule a little mixed up today. I thought I was supposed to be here tomorrow, so I did unfortunately miss the first half of these brackets. But I will definitely have to go back and check. We had a lot of really great teams in today.
Definitely worth the watch. And, we're having like Lambo really on top of things. And not only like promoting this tournament, but we're also seeing re-uploads of just like the matches as well. There's like clear timestamps and you don't have to like commit to the wait times or skip around. It's just like
Mhm.
really clear cut the brackets, so you can definitely see that on the YouTube channel as well.
Very
Um,
exciting.
even like while the tournament is going on or just in the future if you want to look back on it because things have just been so fun. I think this has been a really good run and it's only going to get better from here. So really props to the staff and props to this tournament overall.
Yeah. I mean, we have a lot of really great staff on board. Our host is doing a wonderful job making sure that everything is immediately put together. And, even when we're stuck talking like this while we are working on some things in the background, um, even then, there's been a lot of really great communication. And so I'm really excited to see just where LO League goes from here.
Agreed. Now we are going to settle just like our point system and how we're keeping score. The math is a little bit beyond me, but I have my clipboard actually out,
Do
and
you?
yeah, and honestly, my writing has never looked uglier. But I
I
promise
get
I'm
it.
trying.
So unfortunately,
um,
I just was not one of those people that was really great at math, so that is definitely not in my playing field. I try my best here, but it's best to leave it to someone else who can do it better than me.
no worries. Okay. And then we saw. Mm, Yeah, I tried. I'm gonna put a pin on it here.
You're
I'll
beautiful.
leave it to the pros.
I'll trust someone else with it than me.
Yeah, don't worry. I think Melon's on it. So, yay!
Woo! I'm very
Yeah. And thank you so
proud of
much
myself.
everybody for joining us on this
Mhm.
wild ride. It's been a fun journey so far. I accidentally opened Identity 5 on my phone.
Oh, I do that
Uh
on accident all the time.
right? um but yeah, we really appreciate your patience and moving forward and making sure that things are going along as smooth as it can possibly be, just from on our end as well as our players' end. Um, yeah.
Yeah, it's been really great seeing all these familiar faces in the chat. I mean, you and I have seen a lot of really familiar faces, especially as of these past few days, just from past tournaments that you and I have been a part of. So it's really
Mhm.
really nice to see such a really great community here.
Absolutely. I really hope that it encourages other people to be a part of it and to reel more people in. I definitely see some familiar faces in the audience as well. It's always nice for all of you to join us as well. Thank you so much to everyone who made the time to tune in. I know not everyone is necessarily chatting, and I love seeing anybody chatting as well. But anyone who's just like tuning in, even just to support us and our players in passing or like passively with the tab open is just like super, super much appreciated.
Very, very appreciated. You know, it's always really nice being able to sit here and bring this community together to in this way, and being able to be a part of a tournament scene with everyone is very exciting. You know, we have a lot of great teams that really put themselves together and give it their all, and to be able to see just how well everyone showcases their team's trust and communication with each other, and just how well they have mastered the characters that they play, um, you know, makes being able to sit in a tournament setting very exciting.
Yeah, 100%. And I am just really thrilled to be able to commentate in general. It's a pleasure to be up with Mian and of course earlier with Bugs and Trickster as well. Like I don't know, like despite any mishaps and like shortcomings, it's just really fun like at the end of the day to get to watch everyone like kind of give it their all and work alongside people that you are friends with or like befriend along the way. I feel like I wouldn't have met certain people like for example like Bones as well. Like I feel like I met through commentary as well and like our staff here like I feel like
I'm
I'm just getting so
saying you're
sappy
so
in
cute. I'm
in our
saying
like little
I I roped Bones in for, if anyone remembers the checkmate tournament. We
Mhm.
were really lacking in commentators at one point, and so I roped Bones in, and being able to sit down and watch Bones go from commentating for checkmate to streaming on his own, and then obviously being able to watch Bugs and Trickster and everyone be able to pick up and stream on their own. It's been
Mhm.
really exciting.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just, it's so fun to see everyone shine in like their own ways. Like, if you're not like a player, of course, then you have like these other really talented people too. And like, there's just so much to love and admire. Like, I'm like looking around, there's so much to go over. Like, I know we still have time, but um like I feel like a lot of effort and love has been put into everything and like you can see it even just like from our graphics for example. um it's so like it's so well made
So
and
much TLC.
yeah, exactly.
No, so I'm really really just super excited to see where this tournament goes in the future. I've had a lot of fun so far
Mhm.
participating, and you know, even in the chats that we have, messing around with all the other commentators and all the other mods, really makes me super happy. I mean, messaging and messing around with Trickster earlier today was really fun, and you know, being able to really vastly, like vast. Whoa, that is the wrong word, but broaden my my view on the community as a whole is very exciting.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I'm really thankful for um like being signed on to take part in things. I feel like my last experience was also with Checkmate. Like after that and and after Fool's Gold, like I really just
Thank you.
like exploded like off into the distance and I was like, no, it's over for me. But it's fun to be passionate about Identity 5 and like I think it might just be like um luckiness like oh the release of Fool's Gold, oh Koa and all these tournaments popping up, but I am really thankful regardless and it's been like it makes me feel like all the more grateful
I
anyways,
agree.
so
Also, I see that we're getting a pizza party after this.
yeah, We should have like a mushroom pizzas in honor of
Oh,
Koa 7. I sorry if there are any mushroom haters,
oh,
but I
yeah,
love
that's
mushrooms so
me.
much that I would eat Koa 7 Haster. Oh, I'm sorry, Mian. Wait, this is going two directions.
No, thank you.
Don't worry, I'll eat your share of mushrooms. I'll pick them off your
Okay,
pizza.
yeah, okay, I'll take them off my pizza and then I'll put them on your plate.
Yeah, that's so kind of you.
Anything for you.
What
But yeah,
kind of
I'm
pizzas?
super so excited
Yeah, in the chat, drop your favorite
for
pizzas,
everything.
everybody.
I love pepperoni with extra cheese. Such
We
a
have Mersh Tomb from Melon. Thank you for your input. Yeah, yeah, we'll be moving into our banana picks really soon. We've gotten everything. We're settling, ironing things out, but yay!
Yay. Looks like we are moving into our abandoned picks here very, very slowly. Super excited to see what we have on the table here. Looks like we are going to be seeing an ever sleeping ban. Um, very unsurprising here. A map like Ever Sleeping is very versatile and can really go either way when it comes to your survivor or hunter picks here.
That's right, and it looks like we're going to opt for Moonlit River Park. Yeah! I've been manifesting this since the beginning of the bracket. I so badly wanted to see a bigger map get utilized. And I feel like when you have Moonlit, there's room for some more fun. You have that roller coaster. And again, these teams have been like pretty on top of things in terms of communication and teamwork, working together and all of that, making sure they're meeting everyone's needs. So with certain aspects like the roller coaster in play, that could definitely work in their favor. But of course, it can also work in the hunter's favor as well if you're able to utilize certain traits to kind of like kick survivors off that roller coaster or get that terror shock in. Really great stuff. And it's just fun to see the map get utilized. I mean, we saw it in our previous bracket earlier in the day. We saw some tram action between AT
I missed
activators and
it.
Pixis. Oh, it's definitely like a must watch. Like, I feel
I
bad,
love
but I
the
feel like
tram.
I can say it because me and DTM we're besties. Though I'm lying, but DTM got run over.
No. Oh, I miss the tram. I miss when the tram was at its strongest. That nerf really, really get out. Oh my. Well, is that not what it is?
We should have a tram counter for logging off League. Please inform me if anyone else has
But
gotten run
I'm
over.
pretty. No, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure DTM is the only person who's gotten hit by the tram.
Poor thing.
Oh.
All right, so we are going to move into like our banning phase. We do have coordinator, gardener, seer, and perfumer taken off the table for pips survivors, and the hunter for CH4 has opted to ban antiquarian and novelist.
Really interesting first two bans here. Really allows Pip to have that priestess on the table. And on a map like Moonlit River Park, you have to be very careful about letting her out. Being able to utilize the priestess in a way that really ties and closes the gap between you and the hunter is very detrimental here on a map as big as this.
Wait, Bugs is right. There was a gardener that got hit by the tram. I think it was
Oh,
like Fusion Green because I remember, and I double backed
oh.
to watch it, and I remember my mic peaked. I really need to get that checked out because I need if I have to I have to scream it, you have to hear what I've scrumped, okay?
Don't
Anyways.
worry, don't worry. It's that new mic flavor, okay? Like
True, true.
you gotta break her in. Looks like we are slowly moving into our hunter bands. We are going to be seeing a hermit and opera singer, really allowing that clerk back out on the table here.
Mm-hmm. But honestly, those are pretty solid choices to take off the table as well. They
Mhm.
can make up for distance really fast and a lot of it as well. But speaking of which, we do have the cheerleader and aeroplanist. I'm really happy about these choices. I feel like they work really well together and can definitely pose like a really big threat to the hunter in terms of kiting. We're also going to be locking in with forward. We are going to have mercenary taken off the table, but the potential of forward,
Do love seeing a good
especially,
forward.
yes, especially with cheerleader in tow, it really works out if you want to utilize that rugby ball for some more stuns.
Mhm. It looks like we are slowly moving into our final survivor pick. I feel like you're gonna be a little excited about this one here, Mima. We have a lot of really great utilization coming off of this team here. And for our final survivor, we're going to be seeing the mechanic.
Tracy, can I say it? Can I say it?
No.
Oh, damn it! Sorry for my language. If you know, you know. Quote it in the
You
chat.
know.
No one can stop you except the mods, but you will have the time. All right, I'm so happy with this
It's
Tracy
okay.
pick.
You can meet me after and we can quote it after, you know?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
so happy. It's definitely like a tough map to play on because of how great the size of the map is. And you're definitely a prime target when you're on Moonlit. But if you're able to get your bot out and about, and who knows, like if you transition, especially with like a team with such close teamwork like Pip, you can honestly drop down your bot and make a mad dash for the other side of the map. And the hunter might be unable to find your bot even in the future. Like you might be able to decode ciphers. They're not too far apart, especially if the rest of your team is mindful of where you're going to move that bot. Or you can opt to, for example, bring it over to the gate if you're going to stay committed and on the chair plenty of times. Or you can leave it out. And in the case that you end up having some free reign over at endgame, you can help out with like bot buddy blocking or rescuing other survivors that might be pursued. But of course, that is under the assumption that you are still present at the end of the game. But yeah.
you know, just as exciting, we are going to be seeing a geisha pick here on the hunter side here. You know, I do love this team composition and such a great toss up for this geisha choice. I definitely agree with you with that mechanic pick. With how big and versatile the map is, you can throw down your bot from your spawn, immediately make a mad dash, go to the whole entire other side of the map, and then you're pretty much settled on 2 ciphers already. Um, I'm very excited to see just how well this geisha utilizes just how wide and open this map is, being able to do her soul ascension and then dash over the bridge area and really close off space. You know, maybe not having a priestess here is for the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely think that we are talking about it with Opera Singer and Hermit, how they're able to make up for distance. Geisha can definitely do that as well.
Mhm.
And if we're going to end up seeing the stops utilized, oh, it's always so scary. Like if the geisha is able to dash
A
into it,
good
like
geisha
uh,
is so good. I
I
love
had
a
to
good
stop.
geisha.
Yeah, I had to stop for a moment and just think about the horrors.
She's so scary. You know, I'm always going to be Geisha's #1 fan. A lot of the big
Yes.
reason why I actually started playing Identity V was because of the Geisha. You know, I'm not a really huge hunter player myself, but I used to be really into playing her before she got her bigger buff. Um, and you know, we saw the other day with Mushin yesterday with just how crazy and aggressive the geisha can be if utilized in the right way.
Agreed. And we are going to be moving into our area selection shortly. We're going to be able to see those builds lock in as well. Looks like I think we might only be getting one tide from the Aeroplanist end. I think he's a pretty solid choice in terms of having your rescuer. It does leave some room for the forward to be both the kiter as well as like a support. That flywheel will definitely come in clutch. Aeroplanist, however, is not going to be bringing borrowed time. He's bringing your favorite build, Mian, with the tide turner and broken windows. Mechanic is gonna opt for broken windows and borrowed time, and Lily will also be having a similar build to forward with the flywheel and 3-9.
You know, I
Or sorry,
never
the
ever
3.
fair. You know, I will never ever denounce a 3-9 build. You know, we're moving into our map pick, our spawn selection here, and you know, putting that mechanic in the farthest corner that you can is such a really great place. But unfortunately, it looks like that Geisha really is anticipating just where the survivors will be. You know, using that cheerleader to really fake out the Geisha, put her in the whole separate corner, and then move all the other players into that other far corner by first stop here.
Absolutely. Now we are going into the first half of round 3 with our CH4 Hunter up against our Pip survivors. I'm Mima and I am with Mian. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck.
All right, so we're going to keep a little watchful eye on that forward, and it looks like we're actually going to be going for him first, at least to prevent him to stop the, put a stop to the second stop.
You know, really being able to cut off the second stop here really helps. Using that rugby ball to just get away, move over to a different area to transition kite, we are going to be seeing the Geisha turn around and leave. You know, after a while, you're already seeing the forward use about half of his rugby ball. After a certain amount of time, he will use all of it, and not really much of a concern after that.
And it looks like we are going to be changing targets here now with the Aeroplanist over at the circus tent. And he is going to utilize one of his jetpacks. We are going to see a charge hit, our first hit on the survivors.
Great use of those of the jetpacks coming off of, oh, beautiful blink coming off of this Geisha. You know, we had a lot of really great utilization of those jetpacks here.
And unfortunately,
really distance.
Yeah, we're gonna get cheered right in front of the cheerleader here.
Really putting that cheerleader in the position of, do I have to decode or should I go in for that rescue? And unfortunately, the Aeroplanist is the only person on this team with Tide.
Yep, luckily, it does look like Forward is going to be moving in for this rescue. Mechanic was able to take over his Cypher with the main body, with the bot also outside. Oh, but Cheerleader comes in for a backdoor rescue. Really great on the Forward to be able to be a decoy. We are going to see Aeroplanist go down, and Ling is not letting up. We're going to kind of like wait this out a little bit just to refrain from... Oh, excellent hit on the Forward. Really great
straight on that Forward.
Discipline.
Really great discipline. Oh, wonderful stun off of that Forward. Unfortunately, that Aeroplanist just picks up that butterfly and can't really cut off the connection between him and the Geisha here.
It does buy some time for decoding, but unfortunately, Mechanic's cowardly debuff is fully stacked with 2 members of the team injured here. Now we are going to see Forward, it's possible for Forward to go in for the insta-stun on chair, but it looks like we're not going to opt for that.
Looks like we're really going for the sit on the Aeroplanist here. You really don't want the Aeroplanist, who is the only sole runner of Tide, back into the playing field, because when you're playing a hunter like Geisha, time is of the essence.
And it looks like Cheerleader is moving in for another rescue. Oh, we're gonna get the drop down hit on the Cheerleader, and oh, unfortunately that flywheel isn't going to negate that hit, and Cheerleader will be going down with Aeroplanist getting sent back to the manor.
Really great discipline coming off of this Geisha here, being able to use Soul Ascension to get that drop down hit and being able to fully connect. Unfortunately, that flywheel was just a little bit too late there. And you are going to see the Forward come back in for another rescue. Unfortunately, it looks like he is just getting cut off as much as possible. Beautiful flywheel, though.
We only have a little bit of rugby ball left to work with. And, oh, great use of the no, I think it was it was the motivate because we saw the inspire on the cheerleader once again. But she is going to go down here after using 2 of those motivates.
Unfortunately, not being able to utilize the pallet there because it is now broken. The cheerleader was in a bit of a difficult position.
Now it really forces out the mechanic over here. Luckily, her bot still is on the cipher, but we are going to get intercepted by Ling over here. And forward is not... forward is moving in as well, but it's going to be a tough call because we're keeping a watchful eye on that chair as well. And we're going to see a blink charge hit! Is Mechanic able to make it in time? Are we going to risk this Terror Shock? We are able to get the rescue in, but unfortunately, Cheerleader is going to get hit right off of the chair.
Unfortunately, we just do not have the cipher progress at the moment to be able to do things like this. Oh, beautiful hit coming off of this geisha, really being able to predict where that mechanic was going to end up with that butterfly placement.
Yeah, it really forces her to kind of like get sandwiched really, and Cheerleader is going to get sent back to the manor here. She is going to open up a box because we only have a little bit, roughly 10% left, but closing that box gives quite a loud sound, and it looks like the geisha is closing in on Mechanic here.
We are
we're able to... Oh, that was a really nice usage of the butterfly to dash forward. We're gonna have Mechanic go down over at the circus tent ruins, but forward has since then picked himself up and was able to find an elbow pad. Now, Mechanic's bot is on its last sliver of health, so we're gonna leave it over at the cipher. Tonight is potential for later on for sure. But unfortunately, even if forward were to go over to the bot, it's just not quite enough to get a heal in.
Just as I was predicting, being able to use that butterfly to quickly dash across the side here. We are going to be using that bot over here as a tinnitus breaker, but it looks like the geisha unfortunately has caught sight of the forward.
And we're gonna have a little bit of a moment here at the first stop. The charge hit is able to get the down on this forward, and of course forward cannot pick himself back up. So Mechanic really is going to be our next target here. We're gonna take out the bot. Sadly, it was already at 0%, but it is going to reveal the Mechanic's location as well. So there is the benefit of that. Even if she is able to
right in the eyesight of the geisha. Unfortunately, the Mechanic is just not able to get herself up here. Really trying to solve her time. Really looking for that 4-man here.
And it looks like we are going to go for the surrender with a 4-man elimination for CH4. Congratulations, and really well played.
Really, really well played. You know, geisha on a map like Moonlit River Park is very intimidating because you have a hunter that's very, very fast and can really catch up to you. You know, we had a really great team composition, but unfortunately, it was just not to the point of being able to counter the speed of the geisha as much as I'm sure we were anticipating.
Yeah, and I think Ling really took them by surprise. Let's have a look at this deduction score here. We finished off at 2 remaining ciphers with 2 pallets destroyed, 16 strikes, and 10 knockdowns. Really impressive stuff. Our first kite was actually the forward, and forward did finish off with 125 seconds of containment time, followed by the aeroplanist with 36. Cheerleader was 61 and Mechanic was 61 as well. We saw the bulk of the decoding from the Mechanic, but of course, due to the cowardly debuff stacking really early on, it really did hinder our decoding progress.
Unfortunately, just when the cheerleader was on the chair, we really didn't have the cipher progress that was really needed to have both the forward and the Mechanic trying to go in for that rescue here. You know, when you're in a match setting like this, your biggest priority should be really being able to focus on decoding here. You know, we had a lot of really great teamwork though coming up from the Mechanic and the forward even in that position, using the mechanic to really draw the geisha away so the forward could be able to get into that rescue. Unfortunately, being cut off, it did leave the mechanic in for a clean rescue at the very least here.
Honestly, the counterplay on the hunter's end was really smart. You would totally expect to go against the mechanic, especially with the spawn selection. I feel like it was very much set up to allow second stop to be turned off or for mechanic to move out forward and have that forward support. But by going for the forward first and foremost, it really puts the pressure on him to try and stay at full health, utilize that rugby ball, and break distance, and then switching targets really put the aeroplanist in an unfortunate and unexpected situation.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone was expecting it, and we're expecting to see a little bit more as well, because we didn't see an Inspire on the aeroplanist either in terms of like the jetpacks, and it's just like a really tough situation to be there. Like I know that the duo pallet over outside the circus tent, having that really broken kind of hurt the cheerleader later on.
Mhm.
You don't have those pallets to work with to kind of like mind game or transition. And she was really forced to utilize both of the motivates um, around that area and got her down there as well.
Oh
So
yeah,
yeah.
for sure. And then even then, being able to really stop that geisha in her tracks with collecting the butterfly, and looking back at her to stop her from her dash. That's such a really big and important part of stopping her in her tracks. So, unfortunately, we just did not see that coming off of these survivors because of just where they were placed and positioned here. There's a lot of really small spaces for that geisha to really trap you in.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like this is our last match of the day, though.
Yeah.
We will be seeing CH4 move into semifinals next weekend, I believe.
Mm, it's definitely gonna depend on availability. Uh, we are. Let's see if we've actually gotten an update regarding that. Yeah, it does look like it's going to be next week. Uh, but it definitely leaves a lot of time for us to look forward to, and especially with the hype of Koa as well. We're just going to be seeing a lot of skilled players go up against one another all around. And congratulations to CH4 for proceeding, and well done to Pip. Both teams just played phenomenally. It was just an absolute
Mhm.
pleasure to watch everybody's gameplay and to be a part of this. And thank you so much to all of our players, our staff, and our audience members. Thank you to Mian for joining me tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a lot of fun, being able to come in after a really intense match, and then to really be able to pick up from that and carry on. It was very, very exciting. So I'm really excited to see just how CH4 really picks up and moves on from here, and being able to watch Pip be able to compete and keep up with just how much pressure they had was really exciting. So, I will see you all next weekend for semifinals. Really excited, and I hope you all join us.
Absolutely, really well said. Yeah, I'm looking forward to these matchups, and we hope to see you all in the future. In the meantime, um, really take care, rest well, everybody who participated. Good luck for anybody who happens to be ranking. I know it's open right now, and we'll see you next week. Did you want to promote anything before we head off, Mian?
Of course, we're only gonna support semifinals next week. And then of course you'll be seeing me and Mima on Twitter. I'm Tiger Mian and Mima is Missy Malice. So I hope to see
That's right.
everyone continue to support us even as we move on through here. I hope everyone has a really great night. Make sure to drink lots of water, eat food if you can, and good luck on your rank matches if you're participating.
Yes, good luck, have fun, everybody, and thank you once again.